1:05. It takes 3 minutes to get through the all the prelims. Call to order. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Vice President Johnson,
Present.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Townsend Smith,
Here.
Director Dale,
Here.
Member Hensley,
Here.
Member Nelson,
Here.
and Member Stewart will be noted as absent. Thank you.
Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda?
No additions.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Moved by Director Townsend Smith, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Public comment. Do we have any members of the public?
We
in
have no
attendance?
members of.
Okay. Nobody's on the phone. Nobody's submitted any written comments or
No
speaker
requests.
slips.
None. Thank you.
Good. We might get through by 1:04 after all. Budget workshop presentation number 2. I turn the floor over to whoever's going to speak first.
I'll kick us off here. Probably not going to finish in a minute. I'm just warning you ahead of time. We've got a few things to cover.
This is
I think just to start us off, I really wanted to say thank you. I mean, this is our third budget workshop. Covered the CIP, and last month another few hours on reserves and kind of where we want to go. And I think, this is kind of the last piece of what we wanted to accomplish, and that was we're going to be talking about the staffing analysis, and Carlene has done a really great job putting together lots of great information and needs of the district and things like that. And so thank you, Carlene. She'll go through that. And then obviously all those things that we've discussed, CIP and everything related to the budget now wrapped into kind of what the needs going forward. And Rick will take you through in some detail what's going on there. So we've got a lot for you. It's a little bit of an interesting position we find ourselves in, a unique time. And I think I said that at the very first workshop, where obviously we're anticipating we will detach from the County Water Authority here in the, for budget purposes, we're saying January 1st, 2025. We hope to be sooner than that. But that's, I think, realistic by the end of the year. And but it is a bit unique because we're, trying to factor in, some of the water cost savings that we anticipate seeing after January 1st. But we've had a lot of expenses, to be quite frank, leading up to that. Both pretty large capital project expenses that have kind of put a dent in our reserves. And so we do find ourselves kind of in a unique spot where we need to fill some holes with some of that savings, and it is going to be it's going to take a bit of time. We're only anticipating, we're talking about this fiscal year budget. You're talking about really just the second half of the year that we would be taking water from Eastern, but yet we still have those expenses that are going to come in, right? We are going to make the first exit fee payment. That's over $3 million. We've had to, last month we took debt to help pay for, or at least maintain our cash reserves as we pay for finishing the pump stations and some other capital needs that we have. And so it's unique. And so we're going to present a couple of options today on kind of how we can handle that. And we can talk about more when kind of Rick gets into the detail, but the fact is we are going to need to make some adjustments, and whether we do that now or defer a portion of them to January. There'll be kind of some decision points to be made there, but that's kind of that's where we're at with the budget. I think the good thing is, you know, kind of have it's a comprehensive plan, right? So we've taken all these things into account, right? How do we fund our capital needs? And that's ongoing for pipeline replacements and as we get into the future years of the CIP, and this plan is taking a look at all of those things, right? What measures do we have to take? And I think when you kind of look at the current climate, when you have the County Water Authority looking at a 20% rate increase this year and 39% over 3 years, and even Metropolitan, having to do some pretty drastic rate increases. I think you're going to see that a lot, not just in the county, but in the entire, statewide. And for those that were at Aqua last week, you guys heard a little bit about that, where, we're still talking about single digit rate increases, and not even really approaching double digit rate increases. And I think you're going to hear more and more agency to agency on the wrong side of that one. So I think that's the positive news, is that the long-term projection, it looks really good. I mean, we're talking about sustained reduced pressure on future rate increases and really to fund the district properly. And so that's kind of the good news story. Beyond just kind of the unique situation we find ourselves in and some of the unique challenges we've got. I mean, we didn't just stop with, we're going to save a little money on water. We took a hard dive into this budget. And I mean, one of the major things, we talked a little bit about it was us taking over our tank maintenance. That's a $600,000 savings in this fiscal year budget. Now we are going to take on the coding projects and those kind of things going forward, but that's it was a huge benefit to this budget in particular. Obviously we're still going to bring that forward and all that kind of thing, but looking for those kind of savings, and we went across the district with all those things. Really, the budget you're looking at, there's not fluff in there. It really is kind of the key needs of the district, the core needs of the district. And really the expenses that we're expecting, and how do we cover those basic expenses. You'll see in year one, we're really not addressing the reserve need or the need for additional reserves. It's really kind of keeping us flatlined through year one, just kind of a balanced budget. That changes over time, right? The 5-year plan has us, then it sets us up to begin to address those things and really have more flexibility to do things like stabilize rates and take advantage of opportunities as they come in front of us, and unexpected challenges, pay for those things. When something blows up on Highway 76, we can actually do some repaving, and I mean, emergencies and such. But really in this first year, you'll see that we've kind of kept it to this is just the need for expenses. So anyways, we've done all those things. One other thing I wanted to point out, I mean, we're doing a lot of other things too. And I know this board has been, really supportive of, trying to protect our demand, our water demands. And so, we started participating in this crop swap program. I'll let you know that we are the leaders in total projects that have reserve funding already. And that's 2 weeks into the program. We've already spent our reserve funding, and we're into some additional funds. I think you guys saw the email yesterday. So it's really promising that our ag community is engaged. And I think those are big wins for us too, that we get a chance to help them out. And to be quite honest, we know it helps us, because we've gone from a projection of more in the 13,000 acre feet a year, and we thought that was conservative, and we may get back there. We've had a couple of wet years, so you can expect our demands down, but we're again budgeting for 10,000. So we're kind of on that low end again, trying to be conservative so we don't find ourselves in a situation where, we're having to, again, bleed reserves because we guessed wrong. And that's a situation, unfortunately, a lot of our major wholesalers are in. So that's all good stuff. The last thing I wanted to say is, and I know this was sort of closed session stuff before, but I think we're all past that. But kind of felt like, and I wanted to thank the board for this, last year as we were kind of making some decisions on settlement agreements and things like that. I know we decided to take on some costs that we probably didn't want to take on, right? The cost of decommissioning facilities and things like that. But I think when you start to take a look at the 20% rate increase that's coming, and to be honest, I felt like my neck was over the guillotine a little bit when we were talking through that stuff, and I was trying to convince you to do that. But I appreciate that we did. There's millions of dollars there that I think you made a good decision on that. So anyways, there's a lot of positive there, but we have some tough decisions to make, even just right now in the next month or so to kind of help us get us through this transition period, financially, to make sure we're covering the costs that we're still going to incur over the next, 6 months, 12 months. And, yeah, so but we do appreciate the level of engagement that we've had over the last 3 workshops and beyond. But in particular, those, the workshops, that's exactly what we were looking for. We were looking for board and committee engagement, and you guys have provided a ton of helpful feedback and guidance and that. And I think that's what's driving what we're going to talk about today. So that's all I've got. I think I've said enough. Okay. We're going to start with the staffing analysis. So that, talking about some of the needs, and we've talked a little bit about, we're going to add 3 pump stations, and there are some changing needs of the district. And so we'll address that as well as some other things, but I'll let Carlene wow us.
Thank you. I know several of you have seen this presentation in previous years, so this is an update to some of the information. So I'm going to give you sort of a high-level overview of what our current organizational structure looks like, the recent changes that have happened in the last year, how our generational demographics are evolving and have evolved over the past 5 years, including projected retirements. Then kind of a look forward at what we think our crystal ball says might happen in the next 5 years, and then what we think we need to change in the coming fiscal year. So there's new workload demands related to detachment. We have some opportunities to improve internal controls, and just spread out workload a little bit more efficiently among certain departments, and augmenting staff to develop our future talent pipeline. And that's partially because of all the retirements that are forecasted. So this is kind of the high level overview of what our organizational structure looks like now. So we've got the 5 department heads reporting to the general manager, and then each of the functional areas that we oversee. So we have 57 people, but a couple of those in my department are not full-time. So it's 56.3 full-time equivalents. And in the past year, we've had higher than usual turnover for the district. And a good part of that was related to retirements. So we tend to average about 1 retirement a year. We had 3 last year, and they were very key positions. So general manager, pretty key. District secretary, pretty important. And then a long tenured employee in our engineering department as well. So those contributed to the higher turnover, but we also had our finance manager, our safety and risk management officer, our grant specialist who moved out of state, and then a project manager who left recently. So these are some pretty key dynamic changes that have happened in the past year. In terms of how our workforce is made up, 5 years ago, Gen X was the biggest portion of our workforce. And we've been overtaken by millennials and zennials, which is representative and characteristic of the workforce overall. But we've also had a series of retirements. Like I said, we average about, 1 to 2 a year. Last year we had 3. So the boomers, we're down to just Generation Jones, so which is kind of like the new name for the younger section of boomers. And we just have, a handful of holdouts left that are all eligible for retirement. And we just don't know when they're going to make that decision. So, that's kind of what our demographics look like right now. And this is how that translates to retirement eligibility. So 28% of our workforce is retirement eligible today, meaning they could just decide to retire and be eligible to collect their CalPERS retirement today, which is down 9% from 5 years ago. So that's reducing because some of them, have already retired, and we have younger team members joining us. And then 40% will be eligible, are either eligible now or will be in 5 years. And that's also down from 44% 5 years ago. So now turnover trends. So our 30-year average is still the same as it has been since I started reporting this, because we're averaging a long period of time. So it's still an average of 13% per year, or about 6 to 7 employees per year. And as you can see from the graph, there's usually an inverse relationship between unemployment rates, which is the yellow line, and turnover. So as unemployment goes up, turnover goes down. As unemployment is very low, other agencies need to poach and other employers need to poach in order to find people, and then you see a spike in turnover. So you can see last year where we had 21% turnover, which is the highest we've had in almost 20 years. There was a corresponding drop in the unemployment rate that contributed to that, as well as the retirements that we had that were higher than usual, all happening in 1 year. So if we look at our turnover by type, our quit rate is about 4.5%. We average about 1 retirement per year. Our 5-year average is 14%, so just slightly higher than our 30-year average. And then the good news is for 2024, and this is fiscal 24, not calendar 24, we're trending really low, 8%. So I think what we might have seen is just some of the people that, and if we're looking at the 2-year average, it's kind of on track with how we typically are, but we had more of them happen in 2023. And then that slowed down a little bit in 2024. But we are anticipating some more retirements later this year. We have one official retirement notice that we know is going to happen in the fall. And, some that we know are eligible this year or 2025, we expect to have another spike in retirements, mostly in the operations division, is where most of those are. So our estimated, this is very crystal ballish. We don't, yes.
Question on this one. I didn't understand the 62 full 2% retirement, 67%.
Yeah. So
Of what?
So so the way that the pension plan works is there's 2 types of members in the pension plan. So there's classic members who were hired into a CalPERS employer before 2013. And our formula for classic members is 2.5 at 55. And what that means is it takes the number of years of service they have at the time of their retirement, and the 2.5 represents a multiplier. So if you have 20 years of service, they take 20, multiply it by 2.5, and that's the percentage of your final pay that you get for the rest of your life. They changed, PEPRA is a change in the retirement law that happened effective at the beginning of 2013. So anyone hired after that time is considered a new member or PEPRA member. And the formula statewide is required to be different. So before, each agency could kind of contract with CalPERS based on how generous they, could afford to be and wanted to be, et cetera. Well, now new members are 2% at 62, and that's your option. So, and that was really to help alleviate some of the pressure from the financial strain that it was putting, especially with all of the silver tsunami, they called it, when they passed the law that was anticipated. So Pepper, the formula is different. It's slightly less generous. We pay slightly less into the system, and the employee collects slightly less. And the age has gone from 55 to 62. So it does affect how we sort of project or predict our future retirement. So for classic members, even though they're eligible at age 55, what we've seen historically is they tend to stay with the district until an average of age 59 or 60. Some stay until Medicare eligibility. Some retire 55 on the dot or even earlier if they have other plans. So, but the average is about 59. And then Pepper employees, they get their full 2% retirement at age 62, but if they stay and continue working or don't draw until age 67, I think their formula goes up to 2.5. So they can still get a 2.5% retirement, but they just have to work until 65 or 67 in order to achieve that, versus other employees can get it at
Do they have to
55.
work, or is it like?
They don't have to
Social
work,
Security? So it's
but
when
they
you
just,
draw.
it's when they start drawing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they
But
could retire at 55 and start drawing at 67 and get 2.5.
right, but you also wouldn't have all of those years of service accumulated, which affects,
Influence
how much you're
the
drawing at
amount.
the end. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes.
On the chart, it's on page 8. 5-year turnover by county.
Mm-hmm.
Educate me a little bit. I see it says trending towards 8% for 2024. And I see a dark blue line plummeting south.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a medium blue line kind of running flat line at
The medium blue line
4%.
is the unemployment rate.
Okay.
So that's just to kind of show, it's up a little bit from last year, but not dramatically up. So we don't expect it to be a major influencer in a change, but so far year to date, the line goes down so dramatically because, it's a partial year. It's not a full year, but also turnover is much lower. Like I said, this chart is the fiscal year. So, or no,
It's a
It's-
calendar year.
it's the calendar year. So we've only had 2 separations in the calendar year. So one was a retirement, and one was a resignation.
And how did you come up with the 8%?
Well, we're almost halfway through the calendar year. So I just doubled where we are year to date.
Okay, I had the same question. Is how do you get it to 8%? Unless, like you said, you have one announced retirement right now in the fall.
We
anyway.
already, yes, we know that it's not going to stay at the 4%. We know we're going to have more. We have one more already announced retirement. And like I said, we've got, if you go back here, where's the retirement eligibility? Oh, the retirement predictions. We've got a good portion of our workforce that, if they wanted to, could retire tomorrow. So, so we, even though we expect it to kind of look like this, where, we're going to have the 1 to 4 a year, we're 1 to 3. We always are aware of the fact that it could be higher. It could be much higher, based on their eligibility. And we really don't know. We try to stay in close communication with them, but we also don't want to make anyone feel like we're trying to push them out because they're approaching retirement. So we try to let the employee take the lead. But like the one who's already given us notice, he was very cooperative with us the last few years and said, nope, not this fiscal year, not this fiscal year. And then this year he let us know. And that's part of why we have in our MOUs an early retirement notice bonus. So they get $1,000 bonus on their retirement date if they give us at least 6 months notice. So that gives us plenty of time to recruit and have a clean handoff. So, but anticipation of these future retirements and, routine turnover that's non-retirement related, We do staffing continuity planning, which a lot of organizations call this succession planning, but I don't like it. I don't like to present it as if it's a guaranteed or promise of being a successor. But it is important for planning knowledge transfer, because whether it's a permanent successor or a temporary fill-in while we're recruiting, it's important to know what positions we need to prioritize. So we look at the entire organization chart, and we have these I have a whole grid, a whole spreadsheet that I use for this, but there's like 7 factors that I look at when trying to figure out which positions are the most critical. So whether the person in the role is going to be eligible to retire in the next 5 years, if it's a single incumbent position, so the only person who does what they do, whether they have specialized knowledge, how hard it is to replace them if they leave, whether they're difficult to retain, meaning this is a position that historically has higher turnover than other positions like customer service or construction. The risk of attrition, if we're getting signals that someone might be considering moving on. And then if the position is in a leadership, technical, or executive support position. So based on all of these factors, these are the top level 1 and level 2. So really operations manager is level 1 because the retirement horizon is fairly near. And there's specialized knowledge, it's a leadership position. And so we're very aware that we need to prioritize knowledge transfer. And Robert has been actively working on developing, people on his team so that
And he's not leaving either, so
he's not leaving tomorrow.
that's the good.
But the retirement eligibility in the next 5 years is what
Right.
we're looking at. He's definitely eligible in the next 5 years. And then we have, much of the rest of our leadership team and some supervisors that are either approaching retirement or could be potential even internal successors that we need to plan that kind of domino effect for knowledge transfer. So these are the positions that, that we're focusing on for that purpose. And then overtime trends is something the board asked me to start reporting on a few years ago. So this is just kind of the annual update on how we're looking. And the good news is overtime in 2023 is continuing the downward trend since 2020. So we're not quite back down to our 2019 level, which was more representative of our historical baseline, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Meters is the lowest since before the meter replacement or the What's Up project. So theirs is kind of, I think, achieved an equilibrium or kind of an anticipated baseline. Wastewater was particularly high. So it actually doubled. And a lot of that was due to the responses to the extreme weather events to prevent overflows during storms. It requires a lot of work from staff, and Robert has been very proactive about scheduling staff to work all night if needed, and have the trucks running so that we don't have an overflow, because that wouldn't be great. And then our system operations is trending slightly down, but it's still much higher than before 2020 because we've changed the way we operate our system, and that requires a lot more regularly scheduled overtime on weekends and, before and after hours to closely monitor that. So we also look at how does this look on average per full-time employee by department. So this is the total hours on page 12. But then if you look at based on how many people are in that department, what does that average out to per person? And you can see wastewater is by far the highest. But it's also important to remember that some of these numbers, this is just an average. It doesn't mean we have everyone on the team working this amount of overtime. Wastewater is a very small crew. They only have 3 hourly crew members. So when they have these events, we typically have people from other departments helping them out. So it is spread out a little bit, but we have had a couple of them. They really do average, 500 to over 500. Our winner at the annual banquet who won the responsibility award has averaged over 500 hours of overtime consistently for the past 4 consecutive years. So that's a lot of overtime.
It's 20% of a year.
Yeah. That's a lot of overtime. So it's a concern from a burnout and and a family life balance and even a safety perspective. It is concerning. System ops, as I said, they've changed the way they operate the system. So that is more built in. It's not emergency response. It's a little bit more scheduled and predictable for them. Yes.
Well, didn't mean to interrupt. I do have a question, but go ahead.
Okay. So the garage, he works overtime to try to work on the vehicles when they're not in use in the field,
Mhm.
so that he comes in a lot of Fridays and weekends in order to accommodate them. And then the construction average per person is actually low, and a lot of the construction overtime hours is also by team members from other departments. So, the valve maintenance, for example, the overtime per person here, it looks really low. And if you go back to page 12, the total for the department is very low, but they do work overtime.
Mhm.
But that time is typically booked to construction jobs because it's to assist with the after hours response and for standby duty.
So I guess my question is, construction has significantly declined, but it's because others are helping.
It's because others were helping and because the overall number for construction was also lower. So that's lower leak response. Construction is still from a total hours perspective, the highest in the district because of leaks. But you see, last year we had 3,600 hours of overtime booked to construction, and this year we had 2,200. So the average per person is much lower because
Right.
we just had fewer leaks and emergency responses.
Going back, taking somebody like the individual with the garage where you have them working overtime in order to accommodate the availability of what they're working on. Is it possible or within our legal constraints to shift the definition of their work week so that instead of Saturday and Sunday being a typical day off, it's a Monday, Tuesday, and their work week is, Wednesday through Sunday?
We could try to negotiate something like that during our next MLU negotiations, but that's more than a year away. And our employee handbook right now defines overtime as all weekend work is overtime,
Okay,
even if it's your fourth day.
Yeah.
All weekend work is
Overtime.
overtime. So, and it counts all leave time like PTO as time worked for overtime calculation purposes.
I think
So-
in most cases that'd be the situation, but you take something like the garage very specifically is they can't work too much during the week because the equipment's out in the field,
Mhm.
so if you can adjust.
Yeah, he does do a lot of
Oh,
work
well,
during the week
I'm
as,
sure he-
as well, but for certain things that are going to take longer, he schedules it. on
Okay,
weekends.
and
Yeah.
just.
Mhm.
I
We've
forgot about the
also,
MOU.
we've also kind of brainstormed, whether some kind of alternate schedule would work to mitigate the overtime for system operations because it is routine. It is, and one of the recommendations we have for changes this year may help with that as well. So I'll give you more information on that later. So, this overtime was for calendar year 2023. So in 2024, this is how we're trending so far. We've had a couple of months, January and February, that were higher than last year. And I think that was because of extreme weather events and responses to that, and as well as leaks. And then February, March, April, May are trending downward again. Okay, so hourly employees who get paid for overtime aren't the only people who work overtime. So this is the additional hours that our exempt employees work who then they get paid a flat salary regardless of how many hours they work. So but this kind of gives you a picture of the workload of these various departments. So on one side, we have the total additional hours kind of separated by department. And then on the right side, we have the average per person. So you can see in finance, for example, 1,700 additional hours worked by this is just by the exempt team members. So that's just 2 people. And I'll explain, and one of our recommendations is related to this. That's a full-time employee. That's a full-time employee generally works about 1,800 hours per year if they only take 80 hours of PTO. That's backing out holiday time and PTO. So, and then engineering, 1,500. So that's pretty close to a full-time employee there as well and they have more exempt employees. So their average per person is lower in engineering because it's spread over more people. But construction is also extremely high for the construction and meters supervisor. It looks strange when you look at it on the per department chart because he supervises 2 departments. So some of his overtime is actually charged to the meters department, but his home department is construction. So anyway, this is kind of an overview of like the level of workload that the professional level staff is dealing with. So that leads us into some of our recommended changes for 2025. So first, we'll look at the operations department since it's the largest department to start with. So this is as what it looks like now. They have 30 full-time employees. They're for fiscal 24, which is almost over. So we're in, month 10 out of 12 for the fiscal 24. They've had 0 turnover, which is phenomenal. Because last year they had 35% turnover in construction alone. So this is really good. This means that the leadership team, the people we have in place, things are working. But they are still challenged with consistently high overtime in several departments with smaller teams like wastewater system operations. And most of our eligible retirements the next 5 years are in the operations department. So there is a need to be proactively working on knowledge transfer and kind of developing a pipeline of potential successors. We also have our system operators and our wastewater crews are conducting all of the maintenance on our pumps and motors at our pump stations and our lift stations. So we currently have 6 pump stations and I have it on there. 3, how many lift stations? Robert and I thought 7 lift stations and we're going to be adding more for some developments, Bonsall Oaks, et cetera. So those are currently handled by the crews that already have really high overtime. And then we're going to be adding some additional operational demands related to detachment. So one, our distribution system is going to be much more complex for the system operators. They'll, instead of just, moving water based on where they need it, they have to think a lot more about the downstream or upstream effect of what's happening when they're moving water around. So that's just more complex and it's going to take some more time and focus. Also with our 3 new pump stations that are coming online, that's 3 new pump stations to operate. So that's a 50% increase in the pump stations that'll need to be maintained. We'll also have a new wastewater lift station. That all adds up to our recommendation to add a pumps and motors technician. So currently we charge, I think 25% of one of our system operators' time to our pumping department. And that's to account for the fact that they are doing the routine maintenance on our pump stations currently. But we'll really need them to be more focused on running the distribution system rather than trying to also be a pumps and motors technician, which isn't their subject matter expertise. They're doing routine things like oil changes and things like that. And when we are doing the maintenance on the pumps or the motors on the lift stations, it takes, 2 out of 3 of the wastewater crew members to do that, to pull it out and do all that. So with a pumps and motors technician, it'll only require 1 wastewater crew member to do that. And the pumps and motors technician would be more involved with that as well. So we're recommending that we add a pumps and motors technician halfway through the fiscal year, which would be after the pump stations come online. And they'll support both the the wastewater and the water side. So they'll report directly to the COO. so that he can kind of prioritize the workload and deconflict any competing priorities between the water and the wastewater side. And then because of the anticipated, retirements and need to develop new talent and interest in the water industry, we also want to add interns. So these would be longer term interns that we'd like to keep kind of on a 1-year term, renewable for 1 year while they're in school. Palomar has a water technology program. And these would be, part-time positions that would give us the opportunity to promote careers in the water industry in general, as well as vet someone so that when we have those retirements come up, we have people who we're familiar with, who are tested, who we know what their work ethic is like, and we'll have a good opportunity there. And if another agency has a full-time opportunity and they move on before the internship is over and we have the perfect timing of a full-time opportunity, we hope that we've treated them well and developed them and they'll boomerang, because we have seen that happen with a few people that started an entry-level role here, go to another agency, realize, I really was better off at Rainbow, and they come back. We have a track record of that happening. And so we hope that, we invest time in a couple of interns in operations and they'll develop a loyalty to us, whether it's immediately at the end of their internship or later on down the road.
And
And this-
interns are part-time.
Interns are part-time, they're not benefited. Yeah,
Okay, you answered the question.
Yeah, and this
there's no
Right.
retirement.
The
We
only
would-
benefits, I think you're required to give some sick leave. That's
Yeah,
a
there are,
state law.
yeah,
But this is kind of a program that we're proposing.
I think it's an excellent program. It just was questioning the benefit.
Yeah.
Actually.
But we've seen this. Is that me? Oh, that's me. Goodness, I'm like, who's got their phone on? I've seen this work really well for an agency, in particular departments. Some departments it doesn't work very well. And learned that through experience too. But operations has been one that's really successful. If you can get some good part-time, it's mutually beneficial, right? Having somebody, a partner to drive around and go, hey, you might be doing menial tasks, right? I'm painting a hydrant or I'm doing those kind of things. But a lot of times it takes 2 people. And if you've got an intern to tag along with you, well, then my system ops guy can go and do some really important stuff. And you find really great, sharp young people that
Good
really,
way to prime the pump.
yeah, it is. It's a great talent pool. So I think we're doing,
We're-
Carly going,
we're
but 2 in
proposing
operations,
2 in operation.
1 in IT,
Mhm.
which is another fantastic young people in computers, and it's great.
Or career shifters of any generation.
That's true. That's true. Um, and what's the other one? It's IT 2 and
And-
HR
and-
and admin.
And yeah,
So
yes.
anyways, more of a program than just a specific.
So it's not a part-time job. We're recruiting interns at
specifically-
post-secondary.
Yes, so we would require them to be an
community
enrolled
college.
student at
Okay.
either Cal State San Marcos or Palomar, depending on the specific internship. So they have to be enrolled in a program directly relevant to what we're hiring them for as an intern. We propose to make this a longer term internship. So many internships are just semester by semester. And we haven't done that in the past because we really see that that's not enough time for
Mhm.
us to also get an operational benefit as well as the intern getting the educational benefit. It's really a community service that you're doing at that point.
Yeah.
So to ensure that it is not just the young students leaving high school and enrolled in that, what is the marketing plan for those who are maybe wishing to change careers?
So
Those
our
who are
marketing plan.
seniors who, like, have you thought that possibility?
So our marketing plan is really going to be to go through the schools. So the schools have, because we are going to require that they're enrolled in a school program. So whether it would be, we have a contact who's in charge of the water technology program at Palomar College.
Mhm.
So he would be for the operations internships. He would be the primary source to help us promote those internships. And they do have people of all types enrolled in age groups enrolled in that program. And then for the other departments that I'll get into more detail in the subsequent slides, it would probably be going through other colleges that have relevant degree programs. So for the administrative services department, it would be someone who's enrolled as a communications major or business major, something like that. For IT, it would be someone who's a cybersecurity or IT major, in a, to enrolled in a program related to the internship.
Have you considered possibility of going, since we're so close to a military base? We have employees who are leaving the military, that we have communication with them also.
Yeah, we do that for our full-time positions. And if they're enrolled in a relevant education program, then that would be great.
Well, some of them may come with some experience.
Right. So that's kind of an approach that we take for our full-time positions is we always post on the military job boards to try to pull that military experience and that trend.
But that's recruiting for full-time. It wouldn't
They're
apply to. an
typically
internship.
looking for full-time with benefits.
And some are and some aren't.
Mhm.
Well,
Certainly, I would expect that we may have some military spouses enrolled in some of these educational programs that could be great fits as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, this might be lengthy. Going with my experience with the city of San Marcos for 30 years. One, I'd like to then probably have Rick do a cost analysis because you keep on mentioning so X so many hours equals one employee, but you got to take in the factor of PERS and what that's going to cost you in the long run. Number two, what the city did, which was quite genius, and I don't know, maybe that was illegal or maybe it's not, but I'd like you guys to have looked into this. There was a contract where the in-person would work full-time for only 6 months. They didn't get any benefits. And the employees, I guess, signed an agreement and they knew like at the end of 6 months, they were gone. And then they were able to reapply another 6 months later.
Mhm.
And it was a very motivated thing in that one, the city got to evaluate these employees and if we had an opening. And then two, it also got them experience. So it was a win-win on both sides. And then going back to what you made mention about your mechanic, the city did the same thing on that, and it was quite successful. We had, I think it was 4 full-time mechanics, and we had 1 or 2 part-time. And just like Julie said, I believe one of them was a retired mechanic, nice gentleman from, I believe it was the Marines. And he came in, very nice gentleman. He just said, "Hey, I just want to put in like 20 hours a week just to get out of the house, basically away from his wife." I believe that's what he was saying. But it was extra time. He loved working on vehicles. And so it was just, and that was a win-win for the city because you weren't paying full-time employee. And I think those are things you really got to look into before you start thinking of full-time employees. Because again, where I came from for 30 years, it was a very successful program. And I think you need to do a cost analysis of your actuarials, what it's going to cost and in the long term. And I really think it's a win for, especially in today's economy, people aren't really looking to do full-time jobs. A lot of them just want to do some part-time. And we could find some qualified people to help in the periods when we need extra help. So I'd like you to start looking into that.
So just
So-
to address the full cost, when we are looking at these positions, we do put in, I mean, it's budget, the intern's separate because there are no benefits
Right.
to the intern. So that's totally separate. You actually have to keep them under a threshold. So so there's no benefits there. But when we're talking about full-time positions, the budgeted costs are fully burdened. That's PERS, health benefits, that's all included.
Right, but you also made mention that you're showing a graph that the overtime hours in some departments are declining. So I think, again, I'd really like to push to first look at part-time employees to maybe fill the gaps before you really do a cost analysis of really needing to go to a full-time employee. And again, I'm not trying to be skeptical or anything, but I do constantly read the economics in our nation, and it's not looking good. And I don't want to ever go to what happened to the city twice in 30 years where we had to do layoffs. And I don't want to go down that road. So I think you should be really looking into some part-time
I-
employees.
I would like to respond to that because it is a good idea and we do that. And for example, both the human resources specialist that's currently on staff started as a part-time employee, as well as the administrative analyst that currently works for us who is part-time. And so, that was kind of the first try of, we need to add head count. We don't let's do this and then continuously assess workload, operational needs, rather than just jumping in to let's add a full-time employee. Where we're going specifically with the pumps and motors technician position is that we know we have existing workload that's being handled by other departments and contributing to overtime, although not the primary driver of overtime, still contributing to it in some ways, as well as new and permanent operational demands. So this isn't a temporary, bump in workload for that might dissipate after some time. And these pump stations will need to be operated, on an ongoing basis. So we're going from 6 pump stations to 9 pump stations, as well as adding
And
one
not just the pump stations too. We're going to take over 4 connections.
No, I
yeah.
agree with
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but I
Yeah.
also,
But on those 4 connections, we're gonna maintain the connections where in the past, the water authority were maintaining.
We will be maintaining all 4 of them. Yes. The only caveat there is 2 of them, they still want to have control of the valve.
Some controls.
But yes, all operations and maintenance of those 4 facilities will be under us.
They
and
didn't spend any money on that, so why are we having to? It was a line item in the attachment. that
Oh, was
they-
it? Oh,
They spent $0.
0.
I don't know
Oh,
what
okay. Yeah, right.
and in
Sorry.
addition,
No,
these particular pump stations are critical to our operation. So
know
we
they are.
can't afford to have them not fully operational. So we need to be extremely proactive in making sure that they're maintained and we have somebody readily available to work on them when needed. Yes.
It appears that there has been a great deal of collaboration and discussion amongst the senior managers regarding these positions of need. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Both
Very-
from,
I hear you though. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, and those are things we should always evaluate if there is a opportunity to take advantage of.
Well, in today's economy, a lot of people are taking part-time
Yeah.
jobs.
Yeah.
you know,
yeah,
Right.
So,
They don't want full-time.
yeah.
well,
Um,
they're working a second job.
yeah.
Part-time.
But I'm just a firm believer because the last issue, which we had estimated 13,000 estimated sales. Now we're going down to 10. I really don't, because I do think,
Mm.
especially if we've been told in these meetings, we're kind of financially strapped and I just don't want to go. I want to be careful. I just want to
Mhm,
be careful.
Yeah.
Hear you.
So I mean, anything critical, like you're saying, a pump, I'll agree with that. But I think in these some of the positions, I think part-time is the answer.
Until we stabilize.
Yes.
Okay. So now looking at the finance department. So changes in the past year, we have a new CFO. We also lost our full-time grant specialist due to turnover. And that position, that headcount has not been replaced. We did post it for recruitment. We did try to replace it and weren't successful. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but at this conference, they actually had a class on grant writing. And they highly recommend, unless you have a super skilled person who know how to hit all the things, they recommend to hire out.
So thank you
higher
for that,
firm.
because that's where I'm going.
Good.
So, so some of the challenges in the finance department is there is a very high volume of manual work because not all of the IT systems talk to each other, and we're working on that. But there's also a lot of lower level accounting work that was never offloaded when Renee was promoted to senior accountant and then supervisor. So we never backfilled her position. We were trying to increase her
We gave her a
capacity.
new title, doubled her work.
We gave her development opportunities, but no extra help. And so they've been challenged, and that's why, I showed you in the overtime assessment, like the CFO and Renee's position are the two exempt positions, and the two together have been working an extra full-time employees worth each year. So, and there is a need for knowledge transfer. We've seen one CFO, leave voluntarily this year. It's a position that has very specialized knowledge, and we want to make sure that, we always have people capable of carrying that ball when we need to. And we also made a decision to move the facilities management functions from one of our project managers when she left recently into the purchasing function in finance. So that creates additional workload, but organizationally, it really does make a lot more sense. The project managers, if you'll recall the exempt overtime, that was the other department that has a lot of almost a full-time employee's worth of overtime at a high, a high salary level, of those project management positions. So moving the facilities function will help allow them to focus on their core responsibility of project management as well. But that does create additional workload for the purchasing person that's in finance. And we currently don't have the ideal level of internal controls in the purchasing function and safety. We have one person by themselves in the warehouse, which can be a safety risk as you're moving boxes and you have heavy things. And just best practice internal controls is it's not ideal to have the same person ordering and receiving and stocking because it leaves opportunity there that is better to have some separation of duties, which is extremely challenging with only one person in the role. So we have some thoughts on how we can solve kind of this combination of challenges. So one, the grant specialist position. So we have the headcount that's been dedicated exclusively to grants, both the hunting and finding, as well as, the post-award administration. So what we propose to do is sort of split that and outsource the finding part of it and to an outsource company that Rick could probably speak more eloquently about, but really that's what they do. That's their expertise. And we don't have to pay for a full-time person to do that if we don't have a full-time level workload, which we really suspect we don't. But then within the finance department, they would do all of the post-award tracking and reporting because that really is kind of an accounting function. So we propose to, instead of replacing the grant specialist, replace that with an accounting specialist, which is the role that Renee originally had before her series of promotions that we never backfilled. Yeah.
Could you clarify? Maybe I just misunderstood. So the grant specialist position would be done. Finance would pick this up with a accountant specialist. I need a little bit of clarification. If a grant is awarded, who is responsible for all of the requirements to be filled during the length of a grant?
So that would be two staff. One would have always been the case, which is your project manager, maybe not the official title project manager, but whatever staff is leading the initiative that's being funded has to have a heavy role in providing information and helping with that because it's their project. And the other one would be this accounting specialist, would be the one tracking the costs, making sure they're eligible, looking at the backup, following all of the really heavy administrative burden and getting the reimbursements and the post-work closeout. So there's always the two major roles of grants, the getting them, the writing and the research, and then the administration. And so it makes, in our opinion, more sense to have the administration in-house as well as flexibility to do other things. And then the writing being a consultant, especially.
So in
And we
the
think-
water industry, it is acceptable for you to have that and not have someone overseeing the entire grant, especially federal grants? Is that okay in the water industry?
Yes.
Once the grant's awarded, you're saying once the grant is awarded, it essentially becomes an internal function.
Mhm.
It's-
Yes.
It's
Right.
finding, locating and applying, which takes a lot of time. It's fairly easily outsourced. There are grant specialists who do that work for a portion of the grant.
Right. Well, they're technical writers.
Mhm.
Whereas the grant administration, depending on the grant, and if we have multiple grants, let's hopefully have, that you're saying two individuals would work collaboratively together to ensure that all of the requirements of the grant would be done?
Well, there would be the, the project owner, and as well as the accounting specialist who would be doing the reporting and reimbursement.
Okay.
I'd say too,
Piece of it.
The project manager may not necessarily be in admin or finance, the finance department. It may be
engineering.
somebody
engineering.
over in
Yeah.
engineering.
So it could,
Yeah.
it would
Okay.
basically go to one of the senior managers.
Right,
Depending
for-
on
And then-
what scope of
and then-
award
okay.
and grant.
Yeah, you can you can
But-
imagine we have a capital project that gets a
Yeah.
grant,
Yeah.
Then it'd be.
they go to
Chad.
Chad and go, hey, Chad, what happened the last 3 months? Oh, we finished this, we
Yeah,
finished this, we
okay.
finished this, and then.
And
the-
that would work.
The
Thank
thing
you.
I'll say too is if, and I think we can be really successful with this model. But if you do, for whatever reason, receive some kind of a large or very complex grant, it's coming through FEMA, and for whatever reason, FEMA's got all these,
Somebody.
you can also outsource that too. There are companies where you can go, hey, I'd like you to manage this grant for me, and they'll say, time and materials over the next 3 years. So there is opportunity to do that, but I think for the most part, we would, yeah.
Okay. There's just a great deal. Reporting required for some
Mhm. Yeah.
data collection and all that.
We're
So,
not gonna
but
apply for those types of.
Yeah, so we think that the cost of outsourcing and plus the cost of the accounting specialist will come out to about the same as we were spending
Yeah,
on the higher level professional grant specialist position.
okay.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
a smart move. And they can do more than just grant.
Correct. Yes.
So to tie in exactly what they were just saying, going back to that class about grants, they did say, they recommend you hire an outside firm to do it because they just said that is such a specialty. But then they also warned us that it's a double-edged sword and that the paperwork that you have to follow, especially as she's mentioned, federal and state. And they said that is a really another technical and time consuming position. So they're just letting the audience know, like, okay, you get it, but now that creates other problems of you're going to need staffing to oversee the paperwork. And so that was just, but I'm glad you brought up, we could just again hire another firm to,
If you need to.
yeah.
If you need to. And, so the accounting specialist will be offloading a lot of the work that Renee has kept through a series of promotions, and we just keep piling on. So they'll offload that from Renee, as well as do a lot of this post-award, grant reporting and tracking. But if we do have, larger grants that require more and it's a shorter term grant, that's the perfect kind of position to do what you were just suggesting and add a limited term person, just like Rancho hired for the crop to administer the crop swap program for the duration of the grant that they have. Because, we only need it for that duration. So that's ideal to either do a 6-month term or keep it under the CalPERS maximum for, a non-benefit, non-PERSable position, which is like 1,000 hours a year to keep it under that threshold.
One more clarification, please. Who would be responsible for the research of potential grants?
So I'll chime in on that one. Overall, I would say me with the help of the grants consultant. So grants in particular happens to be an area that I've dealt a lot with
Okay.
in the past. A lot with, I'll just say. And in particular in the water industry. And so there are very routine ones, which are easy enough to track, and you can kind of plan ahead for next year's appropriation and what we have. And then There are the non-routine ones, which take a pretty high level of knowing
Mhm.
exactly what this district is doing, what we're planning to
Right.
do. And so you really need someone like Jake, myself, or Chad, or Robert, or whoever, in that sort of big perspective, strategic. What are we really going to go after? And I think it's a great question to also bring in sort of some expectations for this district. With the typical grants that are out there, the biggest levels of funding are in new water resources. So recycled water, desal, brackish water, all this sort of thing, which we're not doing, at least not currently on the horizon. New and innovative technologies, new metering technologies, efficiencies, enhancements in technologies, piloting new. So we don't have that on the near horizon. And so there's actually not that much. This is where the discussion on, do we need a full-time person? But there are opportunities, and a lot of this comes in where we've already been successful, which would be like an appropriation, an earmark from a local congressperson. And so a lot of that is being proactive on getting our story out to the right
Right.
local representatives, and or building regional collaboration with other water districts or entities. And so all of that wouldn't be a grant specialist either. That's at an executive level to try and push and be aware of. So the short version of the question is, it'd be myself with a grants consultant doing the routine research.
Well, thank you for taking that responsibility.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And any opportunities you stumble across, you can throw his direction. to-
Well, the reason I bring that up is because, yes, water, all this, but also we are discussing here in our district other possible things. For example, becoming less dependent on San Diego Gas and Electric, and there's grants out there for that. So, but Rick, you have the knowledge and grants. So I think just keeping an eye out of not just water, but things that can help us with our daily costs.
Okay, so another minor change, it's not a head count change or a cost difference, but we recommend moving the district services representative from accounting into customer service. It's a customer facing role. They're not primarily on phones, but they do answer a lot of customer inquiries about, meter changes, upsizing, downsizing, that kind of stuff. So we feel like just it makes sense to have all the customer facing roles under the same supervisor. And then, we'll be adding the second accounting specialist in addition to the billing specialist under Renee. So that'll make more sense for her to just have the strictly accounting people under her. And then, as we mentioned, moving facilities from engineering into the purchasing function, which makes more sense because they're on site all the time. And it's closely related to procurement and contracting for, facilities repairs and things. It creates an extra workload in that department. And there's also an opportunity to change the way we address our janitorial services. You may remember a couple of years ago, or 18 months ago, not even a couple of years, we went through an analysis process of evaluating, is it better to insource this? And we decided at the time the cost difference was 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other, might cost a little more, might cost a little less. But we hadn't finalized a contract yet. We had 3 bids that we were deciding, do we accept one of these bids or do we insource? Some of those bids were for less than full-time, like 32 hours. Some were full-time. But there were also qualitative, considerations, and it came down to the qualitative considerations. Let's just test out this new janitorial service company, see how it goes, see how the service level is, and then we can evaluate later if we continue to encounter challenges in the service level that we're getting. So fast forward to now, and we have the combination of some ongoing service level issues, such as the general manager getting called because the alarm company tells us the building's on fire, and it's because the cleaning crew was smoking inside the building on a weekend. and things just aren't the quality of service just isn't there. You know, they're not cleaning windowsills. You can tell the bathroom floor just has not been mopped
Right.
when we're paying for this service. So we really feel like from a quality of service, we'll have more control. There's also some security considerations where, you know, we don't have control over who the janitorial service hires, and they have access to our full facility, you know, to perform the cleaning service. So both the quality, the security, and it's an opportunity for someone, if we insource this, to kind of start at the ground floor. And as an example, we have two 20-year plus employees who were hired in as janitors. One of them's in meters now. He was a janitor. He was a landscaper. He's been with us well over 20 years, maybe 25. So very long tenured employee who proved, you know, his work ethic and dedication to the district. And then, you know, our system ops supervisor, same thing, started as custodian, foot in the door, worked his way up, proved himself as an extremely capable person. And he's now at a supervisory level. So this is a ground floor opportunity for someone interested in getting into the water industry. The way the numbers work out, so we currently have a contract with Eurosource for 32 hours a week. So it's less than full time. As I mentioned, there are some quality and security concerns related to that contract. We also spend about, you know, a little over $12,000 a year for outside labor for odd jobs, handyman services, et cetera. And so those two combined are about $60,000 for the year. But we do have quality issues. We have high turnover from the janitorial service of, you know, constantly new people. We have to remind them to do things. And there are service interruptions, and there's the security risk for the access to the facility. If we insource this, we would probably call it something like general services technician, and they would spend part of their day sort of as the custodian janitor and part of their day as a warehouse assistant. So they would be helping to solve some of the internal control and safety issues in the warehouse. And it would be someone that the current purchasing technician could delegate some of his workload to while he helps with on the facilities piece, but still has the primary responsibility for all of the purchasing. So we would convert that position to a lead position, and they'd oversee the day-to-day, you know, janitorial tasks. And, you know, there are a lot of things that he does that this general services technician could easily take over. So he has the time capacity to take over the facilities function. It would be a small increase to our Aramark contract for the cleaning supplies. And then the cost of this position would be offset by the reduction in the outside services spend for the janitorial service and the outside handyman. We don't expect either to go to zero, but we do expect a significant decrease. Yes, I see a picture.
I struggled on this one of 59,000 on the left side and 46,000 savings on the right side.
Yes.
Couldn't figure out how you got that.
So that's a little bit crystal ballish. But what we think is we'll need a small as needed contract for the janitorial services for like weekends. They do things like quarterly carpet cleaning and vacation fill-in. So if someone were going to be on that. So it would be a small as needed, not 32 hours a week contract, and some potential handyman, you know, types of services, probably less than we're spending now, but potentially, you know, not zero, especially if it's something that requires two people to do it. Maybe we'll continue to use the handyman we've been using along with our internal person. So that's why that's not a total offset.
Okay.
It could be closer to that, but again, it's an educated guess.
That's fine. I literally couldn't make the jump.
Yeah.
What was here.
Yes.
It shows the wages for this position to be $55,000. Is that 55,000 represent an apportionment of their total wage? Or is that the total wage of the person, some of which is attributable to janitorial work and some of which is attributable to helping with purchasing? How's
That's
that number?
that's the total annual wage for the entry level pay grade
Okay.
that this would. I did a comp analysis of like custodians at school districts and kind of like that's where our lowest level pay grade starts. So that's the hourly wage without overtime. We don't expect a lot of overtime for this position, but if they're helping in other areas, maybe there could be.
So in terms of the benefit cost analysis, because this person will be spending some of his or her time helping out on the purchasing function, the reality is the amount of money devoted to janitorial is less than 55, which would make it
Absolute-
even more favorable for us.
Right,
You
right,
with me?
Yeah.
right.
No,
Okay, all right.
So,
why I was
so
asking.
essentially we'd be adding a full-time employee for about, with about half the cost offset by the reduction in the outsourced janitorial services is what we think would happen. And it's an entry level position that we could then, if they're a great employee, like our other two that started at this level and moved their way up. that
And
could
what
be a
is the
great-
6,000 incremental cost of lead? Help me with that again. I just didn't understand.
So if we convert our current purchasing and inventory control technician position and we have him kind of being the one in charge of this new position, it would kind of be a lead position. So it would be like a 1 pay grade or 2 pay grade difference for that position. So
Pay grade or step increase or something
Mhm.
like that?
Yeah.
Okay. got
yeah,
it.
we don't have steps. We have pay grades.
Okay.
Okay, so what that would look, so that's the recommendation for the finance department is to move the district services representative, add the custodian, warehouse assistant, janitor, general services tech, and then convert the purchasing position to a lead. And then the administrative services department. So changes in the last year, we had turnover in our safety and risk management officer. And this was the first full year. Actually, it's her 1-year anniversary today for Amanda, who started as our part-time communication analyst. She works 18 hours per week this year. And we did that to kind of test out how is this going to work? So she hasn't been eligible for CalPERS because we kept her under the 1,000-hour mark for the year. So challenges that we're facing, there are resource constraints. Two team members work less than 40 hours, both the HR specialist and the admin analyst. When we created the admin analyst position, part of the decision to make it part-time was, well, we'll offset that with a 20,000 budget for outside services and consulting services as needed for special projects. And that plus her position, plus the customer service supervisor position, all added up to what we were already spending for the previous customer service and communication supervisor. So we've spent less this year than we would have. But the demands and the communication deliverables and needs have not gone down commensurate to the resource constraints. So for example, we've booked about 1,300 hours to public relations in the past year. That's her time, my time, the HR specialist who helps out, and people from other departments who help out. But looks like there's some digits missing there. Her hours cap out at about 935 a year. So, and it can be really challenging with just 2 days a week to meet all the deadlines associated with that role. So what we're proposing for this department is to slightly increase the admin analyst hours from the 18 hours to about 24 hours per week. So still part-time, still not eligible for health insurance benefits, which would be about, 25 to 30,000 a year that we wouldn't be spending, but would trigger that CalPERS eligibility. But we've seen that she's highly productive with the time she does have. And we've seen the value that she's able to deliver in really taking the time to understand what our customers need to know, what's going to be useful to them, and what's going to be useful to our staff members to have some printed collateral to help them when they're communicating with customers. As well as we're also recommending that this is another department that we add an intern for. So an intern can help with a lot of the the content development and going out and filming the videos and things that we would need for adding more YouTube content, how-to videos, how to, all of the stuff that our communications committee has suggested and that was suggested in our strategic communications workshop would be able to help with that. And again, as an internship, this would be a student. So the wage would be the student wage and would not be eligible for CalPERS or benefits. And then for the IT department, so we have our technical services lead who will be retiring later this year. And we actually have interviews later this week for his replacement. And so we have that new hire coming. The other electrical instrumentation technician is also eligible for retirement, and he's hit that level where he probably costs him money to work because he's also got 35 years of service with CalPERS. So we know that's a possibility. We don't know when it's going to happen, but we know it's a possibility whenever he makes that decision. They manage over 450 devices between our mobile devices, phones, switches, firewalls, radios, servers, laptop, desktop, all of that with a very, very small team. And the risk of cybersecurity attacks against utilities is continuously increasing. And so Ahmed and Freddie have both been very proactive in seeking training. Ahmed got a master's degree in cybersecurity, but it requires a lot of resources. So adding an intern in the IT department would really, the intern would take on some of the help desk level stuff that the IT specialist currently handles, and really free up their time to do the higher level, more complex work while giving a student an opportunity for the hands-on learning experiences as well. So that's our recommendation for IT, is to just add that part-time intern who would help with new user setup, troubleshooting network issues, and being a second pair of hands when they need to deal with SCADA and radio installations in the field. All right, so the recap, we would be going up to 58.3 full-time equivalents, which would be a total head count of 63, 4 of which would be those part-time interns that would not be benefits eligible. We'd add a pumps and motors technician halfway through the year, only after those pump stations are live. It's what we budgeted. The custodian, insourcing the custodial services and creating that lead position or converting one position to a lead position to oversee them. Slightly increasing the communications analyst hours and adding the internship program. So that's the recap. And all of these proposed changes are already represented in the budget presentations that Rick has delivered and will deliver today. So, any additional questions?
At one point.
Yes.
That's an incredible review,
Thank you.
really.
Thank you.
Just the thought of going through all that to gather that information. Very useful.
I'm kind of a data nerd. Questions, comments?
Thank you for your work.
Yes. Like to chew 'em.
Yeah.
We want to take about a 15-minute break or something, 10-minute break.
Let's take a few. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
I know, everybody just needs
Yeah,
it,
take
like.
it. There.
S'il vous plaît.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna head into the budget now. Yeah, over the last couple of months, obviously senior management, all the staff completed their kind of internal budgets, and Rick's kind of put all that together for us today, and really the whole picture. We're gonna go over the whole picture today, kind of recap the stuff we've done before, and talk about, you know, rate impacts. And we're going to present a couple of options. And I'll let kind of Rick go through some of the details, but wanted to give you kind of a couple options on things we were looking at, even things we've just been talking through the last couple of days as we've been kind of putting all this together. So I'll let Rick kind of go into the detail.
All right. So as you all know, this is really the continuation of a whole discussion the last few months, starting in March with the CIP, which is a very large component of what we do and certainly drives a big part of the dollars that when we talk about the budget and the funding plan. Last month was what I would call the big picture, both current and into the near future, the 5-year. Essentially, where are we? Where are we with debt? Where are we with reserves? And then the plan and where do we need to be and how do we need to get there, with specifically getting into the proposed rate increase actions and other actions as part of this comprehensive plan. And so you saw the big picture. Now this session is all about, well, how does that actually look when you put it into an annual budget form, which is only 1 year. So we're really looking at the 5-year, and this first year is the first sort of incremental step of that, leading to the full 5-year picture. So I would, I don't know, stress that we shouldn't lose the picture that this is really a 5-year plan, even if you're looking at numbers just representing one year. You already heard the staffing analysis, which was fully incorporated into this budget, so that's not additive to what we're talking about now. In terms of what we'll talk about today, I'll do a little bit of an overview of what the big plan is, just because not all the directors were able to be at the last session, and it kind of sets the tone for everything, so it's a good reminder. I'll try and be brief with that, and then we'll get into each of the actual components of the budget. I included in the attachments the actual statements that go into all the detail, both what our projections are this year, what our budget was this year, what it's per department and line item, what it is for next year. I'm not going over that in detail in this presentation. So you'll hear the summary version, but that's my way of saying if you had questions on any of the detail, ask them at any time, because I won't have a natural point to bring up like screenshots of the statements or anything like that. And then we'll close it out with the overall next steps for the future. So in terms of the recap, the big discussion last month was going over our updated financial projections. And so this was looking at a very detailed level of everything. Where are we essentially if we didn't raise rates and didn't do extraordinary actions like taking out debt or anything of that sort, and we just let things hold their course. We do detachment, we do the CIP, where do we end up being? And the big note from last month was we don't have enough cash reserves. And actually that was a very near-term problem that potentially as early as November, all of our cash reserves would be exhausted and we would go in the negative, which really means we'd have to start getting it from somewhere else, one way or the other, or dramatically reduce spending, probably on the CIP side. And so that was the problem. We're running out of cash reserves, and what do we need to do about that? So it's part of the plan. As backdrop to how did we get here? Not to go too much into detail, but just the general reminder. You have since essentially 2019 or so, between COVID and expectations of detachments, we didn't increase rates every year. 1 year we ate the water authority's increase. On the wastewater side, we only had a 5-year increase, but we only implemented 1 year. So we're not where we should have been with rate increases over the last few years. And so there's some catch up that's sort of built into all of this. And then the other part, which we've already talked about, is you have 2 very large significant projects, which are active right now and we're spending actively on. And so that weighs heavily on existing cash balances. So the most important things, one of which we already did, was the first being we needed sort of an immediate bridge loan to take care of the immediate cash issues, and that was the $10 million loan with U.S. Bank, which the board approved last month. We already have the $10 million in the bank. It's all done and good, and so we've got that set aside, and that's intended essentially to provide relief on our normal bank account by funding our CIP, both the remainder of the 3 pump stations and then our CIP for the next 2 years, except for the master plan. So that's already done. So that's the great news. The kind of wipe the sweat off the brow. We can breathe a bit. The other piece was that wasn't the only financing that we had considered to be necessary. We still need some level of financing for the actual exit fee payments. And in terms of the best path forward with that was not to take out an actual loan that would be more expensive, but to leverage terms that were negotiated in the settlement agreement. So essentially, we would do a payment plan with the Water Authority over the next 5 years. And by doing the payment plan, we owe them interest, but the interest is a very reasonable interest level. It's based on sort of the LAIF rate, which is what the state earns in its treasury pool. So that might be something like 4.5% or lower over this time. And so that was the best route, and that's the option we're planning on taking going forward. But it really does represent another $15 million or 12 in debt, because we have to make the first $3 million payment up front. But that's 5 years. So after 5 years, that's paid off.
Rick, why do you anticipate that LAFI or whatever you say it, interest rate's going to decrease over the next 5 years?
Because it's tied to short-term interest rates. So think short-term treasuries. And so the Federal Reserve has said that they're gonna, the indications are short-term rates might stay at this higher level for longer than what others would have estimated, but it's still projected over the next few years to go down.
Okay.
So the question is how much. So that might get into maybe the threes, something like that. But we're not looking at
Every bit helps.
yeah, at higher interest rate expectations there. So the big part of this, and this is where we want to get in some options, and there are some updates since last month, as well as what do we need to do with rates. And so, as I mentioned before, part of the issue that we're dealing with is needing to catch up from not doing rate increases in the last few years as we anticipated detachment would happen sooner, and other issues. And so what do we need to do? And so what's built into the plan, we'll call option 1, which is where you see reflected in the rest of the presentation, which is we very much do need to do a rate increase very soon. Our cost of service study last year essentially said we need to do 9% rate increases per year for the next 5 years. So that's sort of the baseline, what we would need without detachment. And assuming we get almost 14,000 acre feet a year in water sales, that 9% was also based on that factor. We're now looking at 10,000 acre feet per year. Hopefully that comes back up, but we're trying to not count on it. And so what do we need to do? And so plan 1 or option 1 is we can manage, it's not ideal, but we can manage with 4.5% or half the 9% that we thought we needed. And that's a lot of that comes with the certainty now that we have in timing on detachment and on just costs in general. As we have an updated CIP, I think we just feel a lot more comfortable with the numbers, so we can take a little bit more liberty saying exactly what the number we can manage with. So we would do 4.5% in July and sort of defer the rest of the 9% until January 1st. And on January 1st, you would also have to pass through the MET rate increases that we've been talking about the last few months. And so that comes out to an additional, now that we know the numbers, because MET actually adopted these, an additional 3.6% rate increase on January 1st. So collectively, that comes to an 8.1% total between the MET pass through and our rate increase as 8.1% on January 1st. The good news, and this is I'll cover later in the slides, is keep that in context with the plan would skip the next rate increase on the next July, and we would go all the way to the next July or next January to put through normal rate increases, which we expect in the 4% range, not the 9% range. So that's the long-term good news there, but we still need the short-term rate increases. Mhm.
So the 3.6% MWD is MWD and Eastern?
Yes, it's all
Okay.
all inclusive
Hmm.
cost, imported water cost increases are 3.6%.
And the 20% Water Authority is Water Authority and Met.
Yes, so
Okay.
so that's water
Those-
authority's rates taking into consideration what they would have to pay to
Yeah.
Met for Met's increased rates.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's the other note, and this is the highlight is right now the water authority is contemplating, we think 20, it's a range, but we think around 20% for a rate increase. If they did, and if we stayed with the water authority, the pass-through would be 8.8%, not the 3.6% from Met. So over double, right? Staying with the water authority immediately would be an over double rate increase than even with a high rate increase from Metropolitan. This is not a typical rate increase for Metropolitan. So just to show immediately to customers, this is sort of a reference point, the benefits from detachment right away. So option 2. So option 1 is 4.5 and 4.5. Yes, Lynn.
Before we go to option 2, looking for a number. How much dough is the 4.5%?
What is that? 1.6 million or so.
1.6 mil?
Yeah, a reference for the board is every 1% is about 430,000 in revenue.
So that's 1.9,
1.9. Okay.
1.9?
Yeah, 430.
Thank you. And it would be a little more than that when we did it in January, if we just did a 4, because it'd be 4.5 on top of the 4.5, right? So it'd been a little more.
Right.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So
Is the 430, the 1% equal to 430, is that 6 months or that's 12 months of rate implementation?
12 months of rate implementation based on current rates. So option 2, if we wanted to not count on detachment before it happens, I'll put it that way, and keep the January 1st increase to only the Met pass-through like we have done in previous years. What we could do is not a 4.5%, but if we did a 6.5% July 1st, we wouldn't need any rate increase in January, other than the Met pass-through of 3.6. So that's option 2. We wanted to try and be a little more conservative, and put everything we need up front for the next year. It would be 6.5, not 4.5. So that's the other thing we wanted to throw out. And if that is of interest to the board, now would be the time to talk about that as we look at sort of implementing.
So you'd be looking at 6.5 immediately,
Mhm.
and then in January, it would be 3.6,
Which would just be the pass-through.
just be the pass-through.
So the savings, like if savings would be 6.5 instead of 4.5 July. Right. What they have to do it, and we're starting
Earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, we kind of started talking about this. We're kind of in the context of history and all these kind of different things. And really to some degree, the timing, just the timing of it. You know, we're probably around the first of the year. This is the time we're going to be, you know, implementing the detachment and, you know, hopefully early. And that could be the one benefit. And I know we talked a little bit about this, but, you know, we're budgeting for January 1. That's what the budget's based on. And if we, you know, anything we do ahead of that, obviously there is savings there. Every month we do, there is savings there. So we're pushing hard to do those things, but that would give us even a little more flexibility come January if that were to happen. And I just feel like, yeah, we're deferring our rates, and it would be a benefit. I mean, you're only doing 4.5 now, so you get, you know, kind of a 6-month benefit, but the 6.5, again, I feel like it's not a great number. But
But it's still less than 9.
And that's the point I was going to bring up. The 2.5% is basically you're giving back about $1 million, $1.1
Yeah.
million. You're giving back, and it's all in anticipation of detachment, right? Those savings are factored in. And that's kind of what we've got this first year, right? That's kind of what we've got as far, when you start factoring in, we're going to pay the 3+ million exit fee payment. We took out some debt that adds about $1 million a year in payments, the increase in energy and those kind of things in this short term, as you're kind of paying off those costs. That's kind of what you've got. So that's, again, as we're kind of working through this, thinking about this 6.5 might be smoother come January, but I don't know.
And from a
But wasn't that
customer experience standpoint, 6.5 might be easier to digest than the 8.1, and the timing being right after detachment, they might be confused. We're detached.
Yeah.
Why am I getting an 8.1? Versus.
Well, we deferred it from,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would appreciate, we have the pleasure and honor of having two members from the Volunteer Budget and Finance Committee. Do either of you have any comment on this?
Trying to determine in my own mind which one I would prefer.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I would appreciate input from both of you.
And I
Lee.
think I would go with the 6.5%. Because then you tell them, 8.1 versus 6.5, hey, where do I sign up?
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that mentally it
it-
makes more sense.
And you're going to be questioned in January, why are you asking for another 4.5?
Okay,
Yeah.
how about Flint, any input?
That we have no control over, so
Yeah.
we're saying it's a pass through.
Well, and the thing is too, Julie wants to hear from you.
Well,
Um,
I think it's important. We have our volunteer committee here, and I think the input
Absolutely.
is extremely important at this conversation.
Yeah. I think too, obviously we are still with the water authority and we are taking on those costs. And so that's kind of the thought is we need to recover those costs, and this is what it's going to take to do that in the short term. And that's kind of where we still are today. That's kind of where the whole conversation.
It's okay. Always glad to defer to you, Jake. Absolutely. Happy to. I think I'm with Pete, but I am a little concerned that we are underestimating the blowback we're gonna get from ratepayers. I think we're the little boy whistling, walking through the dark woods at night.
Yeah.
I think the ratepayers have got it in their head that detachment.
We did a
equals
good job of
no-
selling them.
Yep, detachment equals no rate increases for a while, maybe even a reduction. And I just think that there needs to be a ton of PR and communication around this before it happens. Granted, we're only 6 weeks away, but I just think this is really gonna blow up big time, big time.
Well,
I feel the same way.
I hear that and I have similar concern, but on the flip side of that, in our messaging, we didn't budget for a $12 billion detachment fee. And the fact that we need to build some infrastructure in order to realize those savings. So the fact that we've gone from 9% to 6.5 is we've recognized that we're getting those savings. Okay, but we still have to have a rate increase because everything else is going up and we have to get prepared for downstream.
And Hayden, I'm with you. And because I sit here and I know what's going on, what you say makes sense. When I go to my neighbor and I try that,
But
do you know what the answer is? What do you mean you didn't think you'd have to pay? And are you stupid? Did you not know you had to build a bunch of infrastructure to make this work? That's what he's gonna
We-
say to me.
We didn't build the infrastructure because there wasn't any point in building the infrastructure until you got authorization to detach.
Right. But the
Okay.
point, yeah, but we had to spend the money. That's the point.
Yeah.
And I just think that, I've already talked to my two neighbors about it and they just look at me like I'm from Mars and okay, well, this is the government again. Welcome to
Yeah.
the government.
Thank you.
I'm from the IRS and here to help you, right?
Yeah.
I have one question. Is Bill Stewart, another member of the Budget and Finance, is he by any chance on the Zoom?
No.
Okay,
He's on the
thank
call.
you.
This is one thing you guys also have to consider. The 4.5%, if you do it in July and it versus the 6 or 6.5, right? People are going to be using the most water at that time. Then if you go January, the 4.5, they're not using the water, right? So the impact of that bigger number is going to hit the ratepayers harder during
That's a good
these
point.
these
Good point,
6
Mike.
months.
Which is why it's only 6.5, and you might have thought it would be higher. It's because it captures the higher demand period.
Right, but it's going to affect
But
them more.
they're just looking at the
Yeah.
bottom line of the bill.
Right.
And
You pass that 4.5 now and 4.5 in January, it may not hit them hardly at all because you're not using a lot of water.
Hence the options.
Yeah, so it's
It's a good point, Mike.
Do we have time to discuss and to talk to some of our ratepayers to get input before we have a vote on this?
Well, we're gonna bring this
it
to
has to
board
be
in
ready in
June.
June.
In June,
next
okay,
meeting.
thank
So
you.
You have 30
Okay, yeah.
days.
Okay.
Um,
Would you
now,
mind,
I hear it at home. You don't even have to go to the neighbor.
would you mind going over some of the assumptions that went into this? Like, we heard that there's staffing positions that are being changed. What's the net change in the operating budget? What's the amount of capital projects? What's the amount of debt that we might be asked to approve in the next year? I don't know if you have that off the top of your head, but I mean, those are some of the things I think that are driving rates. And certainly that we're in the negative and had to get a bridge loan is not helping us, I'm sure.
Right. So I would say it's everything that you've seen so far is what this is based on. So and we'll get into some of the more details later in the presentation, but you have 10,000 acre feet of sales. It's the CIP plan that you saw in March. So that's the CIP plan. Last month we covered the $10 million in debt, paying for that, paying for the exit fee payment, as well as the interest on the finance portion of the exit fee payment. Everything you saw in the staffing plan, it's all of that is built into this number.
And a lot of detail on the operating budget.
Right.
Is coming up.
I can jump into that a little bit, Carrie. I've been working some numbers last few days. And the concern that I have, and this is a painful topic, I recognize this, okay? Concern that I have is that our labor expenses, our staffing expenses are a problem, to put it bluntly. In fiscal 2023, they were 60% of our operating budget, excluding water purchases. This year, they're projected to be 70% of our operating. And for the upcoming 2025 budgeted year, they're going to be 77% of our operating budget. And when you look at the annual increases, if you look at salaries from 23 to 24, based on the current projection of where we're going to be, salaries are going up 11% that year, and the budget next year, salaries are going up 10%. Similarly for benefits, and when you look at total salary and benefits, from 23 to 24 is a 17% increase in labor expense, and then another 11% from 24 to 25, which means from 23 through 25, 30% increase in labor expense. Now I realize these are our friends and our employees and our, all of that. I get it. Meanwhile, though, inflation over the 2020 through 24, inflation has averaged 4.3%, including the big spike in that one year. So So we've got labor costs going up 30% over a period where inflation is averaging 4%.
Mhm.
And when you I have not tried it yet, but if you look at direct expenses, if I were to go to my neighbor again and say, would it surprise you to know that the average Rainbow employee is making in excess of $150,000 a year? That's just taking the direct divided by 59 people. And that's the number. You're getting one between 149 and 154 direct, not including benefits. That's a hard number. That's a hard number. And, or maybe,
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think,
I think I'm wrong.
yeah, I don't
It
think that.
includes
I
benefits.
think
It includes
less-
benefits.
Yeah, including benefits. And I can add some insight into what you just said, because those are valid observations. I think, but there were some strategic decisions that the board and the district made a few years ago that are impacting what you're seeing. So we're in year 4 of a 5-year MOU term with our 2 largest bargaining units, and we're just going to start year 4 of 4 with our exempt group. And part of our last strategy was we didn't know how long detachment was going to take. And we knew we were going to be strapped for cash flow. And so we successfully negotiated 1.5% cost of living caps for the first 2 years, and then a 2% cap. And the concession on the district side was, in order to get agreement to have a 1.5 and a 1.5 and a 2, then it goes to 3 and 3.5. And so we're now entering those last 2 years of the MOU term that have the higher caps on the COLAs. So that went into our projected increases. Simultaneous to that, we had COVID was in progress, and our benefits costs the stagnated for a couple of years. So in terms of the health insurance benefits, so there was reduced usage, and JPIA had used their rate stabilization fund in order to offset, the spikes in usage, because they knew there was an impact at the member agencies. So they were able to actually decrease or keep flat a lot of the health insurance benefits for, several years, 2020, 21, et cetera. And then last year, they started the catch up, just like we're doing with our ratepayers. They started the catch up. And so they've notified us that they're anticipating, closer to 10-15% increases on health insurance, whereas we've had 0 or backwards for a couple of years, a few years ago. So that's probably not the entire, rationale or picture for what you're seeing, but that's part of why you're observing what you're observing.
Well, there's one more, I know, Rick, you had kind of instituted a little bit of a change that you were going to talk about in how we're depicting the labor budget and how we account for PTOs at.
Right, yeah, so that's the one lens, which Carleen just talked about, which is the real costs,
Yeah.
what's actually going up, either that we're paying on employees' behalf or we're paying to employees. The other one is how we show numbers in the budget. And there is a big difference in the next year, which makes it look like a larger than average increase, but the reality is what Carleen mentioned, and that doesn't impact reality. The one is that we didn't budget for the accruing of paid time off over the course of a year. We did other benefits, but we didn't expense that. But we have to expense that according to accounting standards. So you would see it in the actuals at year end when we'd say somebody earned an extra, 40 hours. We need to show that as an expense for the year that they earned it. But we didn't budget for it before. And so now we're budgeting for it. So it's more accurate budgeting. So that'll show a piece of that. The other one, which is probably more significant, so this is the operating budget. You'll see these numbers in the operating budget. If we have staff working on a capital project, their time goes to the capital project, and it sort of deducts from the operating budget. And so when we budgeted in previous years, we were overly optimistic of how much time staff would be budgeting to capital. And this year we're looking at real trends. So we have less time on capital, more time on operating. So it looks like a boost to operating expenses, but it's not. It's the same staff, same things we were paying before. So those two things combined make it look like a larger.
There's some
increase.
impact.
There's some impact.
Some impact.
I think it's hard not to see that our labor costs are just going up and up and up and up and up. Couple of explanations, got it. I think that's kind of around the fringes. I think what we really have is a trend line that cannot be ignored. And I know that we have MOUs. I come from a world where I had to deal with MOUs with unions as well in the public sector. I get it. I understand. And we had to make some hard choices and have some hard conversations with our partners across the table at times when it was just tough. And so I'm just raising that for you guys to consider
And-
that I think this is where we
You got
are.
an excellent point, and the problem is that's reality over here, and the ratepayer
Mhm.
is looking at his bill. You know, I don't care what your problem is. I'm looking at my problem, which is my bill.
Because basically the 4.5 rate increase, 4.5% rate increase paid for the increase in our total labor expense for a year. Well, for part of a year, for a year,
Yeah,
for a year. Yep.
for a year.
So moving forward.
I don't know if that helped, Carrie, but you know,
Okay, so,
so what you were saying.
well, I mean, there's certainly some things that we have to do. We have to pay our debts, we have to pay the staff, we have to pay the detachment, but are there other areas that could be shaved a little bit to show, good faith that we've, done our best to move the needle on this for the ratepayers? So as we go through the presentation, I might raise my hand about
Yeah.
that.
So in any last part, at this point, otherwise we'll have a chance at the end on inclinations towards option one, which is what's on the screen, or option two. Okay. We'll cover back at the end in case some thoughts have changed or
Yeah,
other
Yeah,
questions.
I
come.
think we're just waiting to hear everything.
Everything.
before
Okay.
we-
for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah, for the other shoe to drop, and then we'll make some decisions. But thank you to the committee members. Your input's very important.
Yeah.
So the other part of this, not to leave wastewater out, but essentially in our cost of service study, we said we needed a 35% rate increase in year one, which we've already implemented, and then 13% per year for the next 4 years. We need every penny of that over the next 4 years. Wastewater by far is the most stressed of our services, and it's something I'm gonna have to watch really closely. So there are other parts to the plan that get factored in. This goes to the assumptions that Director Dale I mentioned is included in the plan is the assumption that we would adjust our capacity fees. These are the one-time fees for connecting for new customers, whether that's development or redevelopment for customers. And so the last time that we did a rate study and implemented fees and increased them was 2017. And so what we would do is adjust that by construction inflation between then and now, which is 25% over that time. And then that additional revenue helps to offset our need for normal rate revenue to fund CIP. And so that comes into play there. As a side note and a reminder, as soon as we do detach, roughly $6,000 for a normal 3/4 inch meter drops off because we no longer have to pay the water authority their capacity fee. So that'll help on that sense. I had anticipated having new fee for service rates before you as consideration in the overall budget, just couldn't get to it. So that's my admission of.
So in effect, with no, these are for new connections. Never mind.
Fine.
Thank you.
But you should be seeing those. They're not necessary for the budget. These aren't big numbers on overall revenues. You'll see that in the next few months, one way or the other, to just try and be more equitable with what we're charging customers so that other customers aren't covering costs that for things that don't benefit them. In terms of cash flow, as a reminder on the plan, we did talk about the need for updated reserve targets and that those targets being met within 5 years. The revised target that was presented to the board and committees was essentially 29 million all in between water and wastewater, covering both operating and capital facility needs. In doing some research, just to point it out, just so happened that the cost of service studies said about 30 million was what they had recommended from the consultant. So we're right in the same target range, although the revised policy would come at that number a little bit different on the capital side, but essentially we're talking the same number as what you saw in the cost of service studies. This is what I would characterize as a modest reserve target, as the industry, a highly rated industry comparison would say. Other agencies our size that regularly take out debt would be about 70. So we're looking at less than half of what would be normal in the water industry for a well-run agency. But I think we can manage with that. It doesn't need to be the full 70 because we have other factors that we can manage here and different risks. The plan also includes in year 4, taking out some additional debt to partially fund some of the CIP in the later years. That comes to about $24 million. So that's all included in the rate proposals that you saw earlier. The note there is, since we're not counting on capacity fees in the projections, if we do get large developments or any substantial developments that come in, or we get grants that we're not anticipating, all of that would offset what we need to do for rate increases in future years. Or debt, yeah.
Can we go back? What is SRF loan? What is
that's-
that?
So that's the state revolving fund loan. It's a special financing vehicle through the state for water or wastewater projects. We'd probably best fit in the wastewater category. And the immediate CIP, maybe the covers in future years on the reservoirs might be on the water side. Wastewater is honestly easier to get. The water funding is a lot harder. And what it is essentially funding at like half the interest rate. The state or federal government subsidizes the interest rate. So it's your most ideal form of debt if you have to take out debt. The trouble is it's the very long lead time, usually 2 to 5 years in the application and waiting process to wait for that. So it has to be something that you know you're going to do. It's on the horizon, you plan around it, and you submit well in advance. It can't just be something you try and get that year.
So this is through the state.
Through the state, yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
so if we happen to get these loans, which we'll go for, if any of our projects are eligible, it would also lower the amounts of projections.
Thank you.
In the context that Kara was saying, can we look around, cutting around the edges somewhere, finding some things? I don't know what the feasibility would be, but is it any chance that we could expand the number of years to pay back the detachment fee from 5 to 6? That would get us from 3.2 to 2.6 million a year. I'm thinking 600,000 a year it's not a big bucket of water, but it's not a thimble. Just wondering.
More than 1%.
You could, that doesn't change the overall picture other than to increase your overall interest expenses. So the 5-year plan is the overall need, managing cash levels to make sure we don't get too low in that process.
But if we did that and we picked up 600,000, that would be worth 2 or 3 tenths of a percent in the rate, which means you could take the 6.3, which is going to raise 1.9 or 1.8, and you could take the 6.3 down to 6.6, was it 6.5? That was the alternative.
Mhm.
You could take that down to 6.2. And if we could find a little more. we
It's
could-
1% is 430,000.
So
So it's
more
taking
like
it down to
5
5.5 or
Okay.
less.
Yes, you do have an option. Well, year 1, we
You
have
see
to
where
make
I'm
the-
going
Year
with,
1, we do
right?
not have.
Yeah, year 1, we don't have
Yeah.
an
When
option.
we don't
It's
have
full-
an
it's-
Yeah,
In the
We have to
future
pay.
years, you could push rate increases out later if you wanted to stretch out the debt more. The question is, do you want to make the rate increases higher in future years? for shorter term savings. And that I think is where we've gotten into issues before, thinking later is somehow better in this. And so,
But we wouldn't be able to do it year one because that's part of the agreement is we
Right.
pay that full payment
Yeah.
up front.
And wouldn't the water authority have to agree to the?
Yeah, they're not, right.
Well,
They're not gonna
it's, there's some, I have some concerns there too, because the original LAFCO talked about 5 years, right? Being done in 5 years. So I feel like it'd be best to stick to that plan. The settlement agreement itself doesn't specifically state that. It just says that you're going to pay interest on that, any funds that aren't paid. But I guess our plan was to kind of stick with let's get it done in 5,
Yeah.
you know, at worst.
It's not-
Get it out.
But I hear
Let's
you.
get it Done.
I mean, but year one it's not an option. That is a absolute requirement.
so the other part of the plan is us trying to be proactive at our overall debt management. And essentially to accelerate, this is sort of getting to I think a similar concern, accelerate our debt payments on our most expensive debt, which is actually our CalPERS debt, which has a 6.8% interest rate. And so by paying a little bit more every year, we save overall, we shave off half the repayment time from 20 years to 10 years. And we save over $3 million overall in that period, which then frees up a whole bunch of options after year 10. And so this is smart money to try and improve the overall picture. And so that's also included in the plan and in the budget, because we would start that next year. And so that's also a major assumption. And then we talked about this last part already, which is that after this year, once we do the adjustment, that the long-term expectation is really inflationary on rate increases, that we're in the good spot of 4%, I would say, or lower, especially in the outer years when debt starts dropping off. There's a lot more options there. And so we've gone from 9% being the reality that we had to face to 4% or lower. We just need to get through the next year. And then obviously wastewater is the same story there.
So before you move forward, so I was looking at the CalPERS in your tables too. It almost looks like we doubled what the payment is from 650 to 1.25.
Yes, so 650 is what we had to pay this year. 800 or so is what we would have had to pay next year.
Yeah.
And so we're doing about 400,000 more than what we would have to pay otherwise.
And I know that 6.8% rate looks really ugly, but this is maybe another area where maybe we defer making additional payments until the detachment payments are made, because these additional payments are costing us 1% on those rate increases. So I want to get rid of that too, but I don't think we can do everything we want to do.
Yeah.
And I know it's really hard and it's painful, but I think it's going to be difficult the next couple of years while we have those big payments. Maybe this is an area.
Well, like
don't
Rick
know.
said, I mean, this is the smart money, but it is discretionary. I mean, it is discretionary.
Mhm. So getting into the budget itself, and we'll make some progress quick here, I promise. The sales we've already gone over. This just shows some history between how much in sales on an acre foot basis per year. Made the strategic choice to budget, I think, more conservatively, reflecting this wet weather year weather. The other factor, though, which is really hard to gauge, and I think when you brought this up on the inelasticity and water demand and all of that, is we have seen the real effect of higher water costs on agricultural demand. And so you might have an increase in natural demand from warmer weather if we happen to get warmer weather, and a likewise decrease further on ag demand. And so staying at 10 seemed the right approach there.
Yeah.
Concur.
So the way that this breaks down in revenue is this includes the assumptions of the 4.5% increase, and then the 8.1, which includes the Met pass through. So when you look at the $49.1 million revenue number for water, that's all inclusive of everything that we've already talked about. As sort of a operational highlight, we do get about $1 million in property tax revenues for water. Half of it is our share of the 1% ad valorem tax that the county assesses, and we get a very small sliver of that. It's roughly $500,000 a year. The other $500,000 of that million is a parcel charge that you see every June that we push through. It's to help pay for the RTS and essentially other Met fixed costs. That doesn't increase at all. It stays stagnant every year. So it's less and less valuable as inflation takes hold and moves forward. The good news, although I wish it had a bigger impact on the overall budget number, is that we've been able to see substantial increases in investment earnings, which helps to lessen the overall rate increase load to what you've seen. And so even with lower cash levels on the cash reserves, we're looking at almost a $290,000 increase in investment earnings, taking advantage, essentially doing very active cash flow management investment and taking advantage of the higher rate environment. So that's a new positive difference. On the wastewater side, also shares a very small amount of ad valorem tax, but it includes the 13% rate increase. So we're getting overall for wastewater general revenues up to about 5.3 million. And investment income's a small portion of that, and property tax is even smaller. I did want to highlight, you'll see in the purple grant revenue, I think it's a little over $500,000. So this is really reallocating part of the $1.6 million earmark that we got from Representative Isa. And so essentially, we don't think that we can use it for the lift station itself. You have to pick other projects and process that way. So we'll still get it. It's just going to be pieced out a little bit differently. And since the generator projects for sewer are in next year's budget, this fully offsets those costs. And so you see the revenues here, you see the expense on the CIP budget.
Question on that. So I had heard that they don't necessarily want us to give that back, right? We want to try to use that, but
Yes.
is there another project that can be done next year and then put in the budget? And we use that grant funding for that
We're-
project?
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is, I mean, this was the money we were going to spend anyways. So
Yeah.
obviously offsetting that really helps wastewater. And then the next, over the next couple of years, really the primary projects we had were some relining projects, which would also fit really well under that grant description, as well as clear the environmental hurdles and such very easily through the federal government. So
I just worry that, as time goes on, if you don't spend the money, there's chance that they could just say, sorry, we're not able to give it to you now. You
we're
just
planning
never
on
know.
submitting that thing now and spending the money.
Well, would it make sense to advance $1.1 million worth of CIPP?
That's
to
the plan.
spend that?
That's the plan. It is.
Are we considering that in the?
We are,
The
but
CIP
it would just
budget?
be a adder and an offset. That's all you would see here. So we're gonna advance. Yes,
Okay.
the project suspend. That was one. We were not gonna wait till next year or the following year to do it. We will pull up a
Okay.
project.
Because
great.
this is a federal grant, correct?
Yes.
So it needs to have timely drawdowns throughout the length.
This one didn't really have strict schedule restrictions, but we want to do it now.
Yeah,
We want to do it.
they look for drawdowns on a routine basis.
Well, the other advantage to moving the project up with the rest of the grant money is it costs less
Mhm.
sooner than waiting later.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
So overall cost savings.
And this is a grant, but it's not a grant.
So you're-
It's an earmark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That may be different then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think you're still gonna have to spend it
Yeah.
fairly quickly, or at least allocate.
Use it,
Yeah.
lose it, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Yep.
watchword.
And they
Please
do
manage.
look to see the grantees if they are taking timely drawdowns for future grants.
Yep.
You're building basically a profile.
Reputation that when
A
we give you money,
reputation.
you actually spend it on what.
Yeah,
say
you
you're gonna
actually
spend.
spend it.
Yep.
Because they don't want it to go back to the treasury.
Has Congressman Issa mentioned that there's earmarks being offered next year too?
I have a sad story on that one. There are. We got, and Rick hasn't even heard this yet.
Oh, really sad story. Really bad news.
Put the seatbelt on.
So yeah, we all put our heads together. I had an email, actually, a colleague forwarded to me that said, "Hey, ICE is taking earmarks again. Deadline's May 10th." And so what was this, maybe a week or so ago, four of us sat down and kind of put our heads together on, hey, what do we want to submit on? Kind of came up with a suite of projects to, things that are already in the CIP, but things we want to do. And I put together the application, or it's a pretty simple form you put together for these things, and submitted it. And then I followed up with ICE's office to make sure that they got the grant. And they said, oh, you didn't get the email that we had pushed the deadline up to April 27th. And so Amelia got the email for Rainbow on that one. So we've changed the contact info from ICE's office, but we missed the deadline on the earmarks.
Okay,
I know.
so,
Not really, but
so I know there's earmarks at the state level too, and I would just say, let's try for those as well.
Roll it out.
Try to get everything you can,
Mm.
anything you can.
so we did get one in for Senator Butler's office on the wastewater side. That was a month or so ago, and I haven't heard back on that. We should be hearing back on that one here pretty quick. But yeah, the ISA one was a little unfortunate. They were very helpful. I met with Chris Micah, who's their guy, field, his rep, and they were very helpful on the previous one because we were concerned about, the project was under construction and are we just going to lose this 1.6 million? And but they were, advocates on our behalf to no, we can shift those funds and get that. But unfortunately on the FY25 appropriations.
Well, I like to thank you and your team that you put it together. And unfortunately, this-
It's ready for 2026.
yeah, but it's important to just keep that team together and,
Yeah, go ahead
It
and
is
submit
what
for
it is.
2026.
Well, yeah, and a lot of times they want shovel-ready projects, so maybe the rest
Yeah.
of the CIPP could be.
well, yeah, but
Ready
because
to go.
actually, if you did not know about the timeline and maybe others didn't, that they reopen it again because they don't have a sufficient number of candidates.
So we're always looking.
Keep your fingers.
It's kind of an unfortunate turnover story. But,
Oh, wow.
yeah, I'll fix now going forward. Unfortunate.
Well, thanks.
So that was revenue. So getting into expenses. Obviously the lion's share of what is in the operating budget for expenses is relating to what we pay for imported water for our purchases. And so you'll see an overall decrease, obviously, from our projections this year to next year. And that's all detachment. And that includes the net rate increases come January. So it sort of offsets what we talked about when we talked about savings. And then estimating about 10,800 in total water purchases. You'll notice, which is a story we've been talking about, that there is a decrease. One of the primary decreases is in the fixed costs, that we have a lot of fixed costs with the Water Authority and lesser so going through Eastern as they pass on the net increases.
Roughly 2 mil. Good.
And so labor budget, getting back to that discussion. So this is what the numbers look like, and going over, since we covered it in more detail, but the highlight is at the top level number between where we are in current year projected to next year, what looks like an 11% increase in total labor budget. That's labor and benefits. But this is the operating budget. This doesn't reflect what's in the capital budget. And so the primary factors here are the MOU terms being implemented. That's the 3% CPI that Carlinda mentioned. And then the others that I had mentioned, which are essentially more conservative and accurate budgeting. And so the budget number looks higher because we're being more conservative with it. And that's including the earned pay time off expenses, and then the capital labor piece, just to show you, you're going from 9.7 to 10.8. 0.7 of that, or, 700,000 is just because we're getting more conservative on what we're actually budgeting to what goes to operating and what goes to capital. And so that's a pure budgeting number. That's not a real number in terms of how much extra we're paying staff. And then the other is that halfway through the year, because we've been informed by JPIA that we're putting through what we think we're going to have to pay more for health benefits. And then the staffing changes that you already saw in the staffing analysis.
So how much of the staff increase is attributed to the staff changes? I think that's what Director Mack was asking, but I don't know that we heard that specifically.
What is that? 100,000 or so for the interns. A net of about 50,000 for the janitorial, and then what would the pumps technician be?
We budgeted only for 6 months, so that's about 100,000,
About 100,000.
including benefits. Yeah. It's a very specialized.
So what's the total for all the staff changes?
Like about two.
Oh, 250.
Yeah, so 0.25 of that.
And that includes all benefits
Yes.
Yeah.
in that?
Yes.
And then the CPI, is that reflective of the inflationary period? Is that what it's tied to?
So the MOU is that the COLAs are based on actual CPI up to a maximum. And this year the maximum is 3, and we expect the actual to be above 3. So they'll probably get the maximum.
And okay, so what was inflation this last year?
So we do it based on the most recently published 12-month change in CPI, which will come out in May for the July one. So we don't know that exact number yet, but we're expecting it to be above 3%, somewhere, maybe 4, 3.8, something like that, which would trigger the 3.
You get it tomorrow morning.
Merriman.
I guess what
Tomorrow morning.
I guess what I'm asking or saying is that, I think people see that in the news a lot. They see the inflationary number. And so for us to maybe put through an increase that's very similar to that, I don't think is going to be like get people
And
all
our
in a
employees
ruckus. I
took-
think that's more in line with maybe what people might expect.
Yeah.
It's not above and beyond that.
So, and our employees took a 1.5% COLA when CPI was 8.2. And then the next year CPI was like 6.8, and they took another 1.5%. So they did get merit increases on top of that because we still moved our pay grade, so they were no longer topped out. But yeah, I mean, our employees took very conservative COLAs for years where CPI was exceptionally high. And so really they're just kind of catching up now to what, and compounding. Yeah, there's with the high turnover last year, the last couple of years, last year for us, but in general, industry, nationwide, the wage progression has been very high because when you have the overall high turnover, then everybody's hiring in at a higher rate. And we saw that on our construction team with 35% turnover last year. Part of that was for reduced commuting, and part of that was because they see other agencies, their starting rate is higher and higher and higher. So they go for so we've done some proactive, equity adjustments to keep up with the market so that we can reduce our turnover, because we know we're going to have to pay more than that if we have the turnover.
Yeah.
We're trying not to.
It's a very competitive market.
So this is just a reference point on when you look at that same labor budget, labor and benefits, what that breaks out to for the various departments. Some departments have multiple functions underneath each one, so it doesn't break it down to that level, but just to get a sense of how the labor budget is broken out. So getting into some of the more detail on sort of the programmatic things that are changing within this budget. So we call that supplies and services. So everything from contract services like hands-on repairs and these kinds of things, professional services, any inventory supplies, everything that's not labor or water purchases or energy. Think of it that way. The big highlighted changes, that you're seeing in this are, and we talked about this last month, so it's not new. That, overall, current estimates probably on the low side are about 800,000 a year for these additional chemicals that we have to put through MRO. We're looking at different options on that. Hopefully we come up with solutions. So half year would be 400,000 increase. We're able to offset that in the budget. So on the overall number, you see it offset by bringing in the tank maintenance in-house. So that's a $600,000 savings. So that's our best way to try to offset those costs. On the construction side, you'll actually see a lower budget than where we were in this year's projection. And that's frankly, construction budget is completely tied to how many leaks and breaks and the particular makeup of those breaks. And so a good practice for this when it's really outside of your direct control is to just look at average costs. And so we'll start that practice in this budget, which is really looking at a 5-year average. And then meters, we're looking at a decrease there as we've made progress on meter replacements. Sewer is seeing increases, about 173,000 just in what we've heard from Oceanside as our share of the O&M, which is pretty significant. Maybe not as a percentage to Oceanside, but gross dollars, it's significant. And then looking at odor control treatment in the system on an enhanced level. I don't know, Robert, if you wanted to mention anything on that part for next year.
So Rainbow prior to, I would say about last year, did not have an active odor control program, which also it doubles up as corrosion control. The sulfides in basically the gases in sewer lines will corrode the inside of pipes. So they corrode everything. They corrode the concrete. So over the last year, we've been experimenting with different vendors and different kinds of chemicals and trying to minimize the odors and get it down to where essentially if you drive by a lift station, you don't smell it anymore. And we've had some success, but now we're looking at, okay, what is that going to take to budget for that for a 1-year time frame? And one of our concerns is also the impact having Thoroughbred lift station where it's at right now. We want to make sure that we're not giving off any odors at that lift station so close to those homes.
Order ringers.
The businesses.
Or the businesses. So essentially what we've done is at Horse Creek where we've been injecting chemicals and at Rancho Viejo lift station, we inject chemicals and it makes its way all the way through the system. This last test we're doing is try to get it all the way down to Old River and Little Gopher. So we've had success to get it to lift station 1, which is right there at Golf Club and Old River, where it's eliminated the odors there. So some good successes with it, but it's definitely something we need to keep moving forward with. Oceanside does some control at lift station 2, where they have a tank, they're injecting there, and that's what goes down North River Road and goes into their system.
Those are the major changes going on the operation side.
The kerfuffle with Oceanside and the bill for our use, that's included in this bar here, whatever our makeup payment or whatever our process is of catching up.
So that's not in that bar. You'll see it in the overall budget statements as a non-operating item, like a debt repayment.
Money out the door is money out the door,
Yeah,
right?
so it's in the plan. It's
like
in the
a labor
budget,
thing,
but
money
it's
out
not
the
in
door.
that bar.
Huh?
It's not in that particular bar
Okay,
on the graph because I'm trying to show normal operating cost increases.
I guess just trying to show normal operating costs, not all operating costs, right?
Right. So this represents just next year's share of our O&M to Oceanside. Our repayment for prior years is in a different part of the budget that's not shown on that graph because it's prior years. I didn't want to throw off the trend line.
It just covers supplies and services.
Yeah.
So
It's in the budget, but as a non-operating expense.
I'm I don't really understand that. It's money out the door and it is an operating expense. We just hadn't paid it yet. Okay?
So when you look at the 5-year.
The tag is
projections-
an accounting purposes.
When you look at the 5-year projections and where we are with cash, it's included in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's everything that's coming in and out. So this is a busy slide, I know. I'll trying to show major changes between all the different administrative elements that are going on. So I'll go through some of the major highlights, and we have the team here if you have any questions on the specifics. So starting with board of directors, so this is just supplies and services. You'll see a $46,000 budget in total. 20 of that is that we have to pay our share of election costs. So that's not an every year expense, but we have to budget for it for next year with the 4 seats that are open. So fortunately, it's not that much. I've seen shares of election expenses in other agencies be very significant. The other is that we are including 25,000 in assumed travel and training for the board for next year. If there's direction on that, now's the time to talk about it. But what that really comes down to is an assumption, not a restriction. That on a per board member level, you essentially have 2 conferences, about 2,500 apiece, that would be taken. And so that kind of represents general interest at this point in time. And so that's just what we're going with. And so that's it for the board's budget. The other one, which has the largest bars on here, is Jake's budget. So to put him on the hot seat, but his is the best news story. Going from the gray bar being where we think we'll end this year, almost $1.7 million. A tremendous portion of that is related to detachment support, consultants, legal, all sorts of things. And we didn't include that, all of that in the current year budget. And so next year represents a more normal number going forward, where we think we need with general legal support, these kinds of things. So that brings that number down. So that overall, with that contribution, you're looking at between all of these areas, actually a 1% decrease from the current year budget. Although there's some shifting between which department is getting a little bit more or less. HR has some one-time expenses and some general district expenses built into the budget. So on a percentage basis, it might look larger, but it's really just a handful of things that are really going on. One is a class and comp study, or a compensation study, for about 46,000 for next year relating to MOU negotiation. We have a tremendous archive of old documents that need to get scanned to get digitized. And so there's about 36,000. This doesn't just benefit HR, this benefits everyone, but it's in their budget for some temp labor to get that in. And then we have cut budgets in recent years because of funding constraints on district-wide training. And so there's a little uptake on that to try and get back to some more normal training levels of about 14,000. You get into the IT side, really that breaks down to 2 things. One is a little bit of money, actually, and I would consider very little bit of money on software integration support. So when we implemented our new systems, and Jake's already alluded to this, we have a few major systems. We have the accounting system, we have the billing system, and we have sort of a labor, work order, asset management costing system. And they don't really talk to each other. And so we have to sort of manually push data one to the other. And it takes a tremendous amount of manual effort that is not good productive time, but we have to. And so getting a little bit of help to better integrate the systems, the data does that as part of this, and that would free up labor time to look at more productive things. So that's in there. And the other is software cost increase. It's in software inflation, which is usually higher than normal inflation. It's usually in the 7 to 10% range. And so that represents about 35,000 for us for next year. On the public relations side, obviously a very small bar overall, but there's a bit of an increase for next year. Carlene, I don't know if you wanted to directly address what the plan was on that.
It's just operating.
This is, yeah, just operating supplies and services.
this is kind of the, just kind of catching up with, with what we haven't done for a long time. There was, you know, this outside services, routine, promotional supplies that we buy for events, participation in events. If we need additional consultant support, we cut that significantly from the 20,000 that we had this year that we just chose not to spend. And really it's a lot of it is print costs for print collateral. She's produced, including the newsletters, 32 pieces of print collateral in the past year, in 2 days a week, which is pretty phenomenal. But the more we talk to customers and staff, the more we see the need for these kinds of printed materials. So a lot of that is print costs for things like direct mailers for Crop Swap and other printed collateral to help customers and staff.
Thank you. I did see an increase, a significant increase in printing, but it makes sense because you're
'Cause
doing,
for the first time, we're
Yeah.
actually creating the content, and because
Correct.
we're basically standing up the whole program
Right.
from the ground up, we're creating things for the first time. And so hopefully we'll have a printed inventory for a while, and it'll just be replenishment costs after that point. But
And this creative person,
Mhm.
which is great. Is he or she all tuned up to handle the creative presentation of our rate situation?
she's very familiar with the situation, and a lot of the communications that come out in our newsletter about it and everything has been a collaboration between Amanda, Jake, myself, Rick. So yeah, we're
The marketing effort, right?
the
To how to
marketing
pitch this
effort to
For least.
really it's telling the story of why and where does the money go, and just like Rick is taking the time to do with you, but
Mhm.
getting it down into really digestible terms.
Mhm.
And the key message is we reduced what we thought was going to be 9% to either 4.5 or 6.5, whatever the board decides. And the difference between what it would have been with the water authority and what the reality is going to be under Eastern is going to be a big deal.
Cool.
And then lastly, the last major change is a decrease on the operating budget. For engineering, you'll see that getting down to about 160,000. A lot of that is mostly a lot of their efforts are getting very specific to just capital projects. So those efforts then get reflected in the capital projects, and sort of less general studies and other general analysis, which make its way in the operating budget. So overall, again, a 1% decrease from the current budget when you factor all of these things together. And then energy is the last piece of the big story, and a very large one. And so I wanted to go over this a little bit. So for next year's budget, when you take in the 4 major categories of energy expenses, looking at almost a $1.8 million increase in energy costs. Some of it is good relating to new infrastructure, which we just have to factor in. And so we're thinking about 500,000 a year for the new pump stations. So 250, half of that is reflected in this budget. We have the new Thoroughbred lift station, which is expected to be online, at least assumed for the full fiscal year. That's about $40,000. You'll see that in the sewer side. But the big swing in this are rate increases that are getting passed down to us from SDG&E. And so you'll look at from just last year's actuals to the current year projections, with where we're looking at ending this year, almost a 30% increase in overall energy costs, which is a variety of things, but it's really just rates, one way, shape, or another that are going on. And SDG&E has put through an overall rate request to the Public Utility Commission for another 10% next calendar year. And so obviously the commission can mess with that a bit, but generally they pass them on. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
And so that's factored into this budget as well.
Wouldn't that be an area that maybe we could benefit from solar or something?
Yep. Grants.
Not really. SDG&E has figured out how to screw all the solar people too.
If we would have gotten in solar earlier, yes. But they've all the recent plans have, for the most part, completely disincentivized solar. They have too much solar at the wrong times. And so you'd have to have energy storage solutions with that. Operational
But they
efficiency.
still made $3 billion in profit last year.
Things like energy efficiency projects, better pumps. I mean, Jake can talk about this, but those are usually our best, or pumping strategies when we're pumping, when we're turning on
Yeah.
equipment, have much larger direct impacts on this. We, we can control to the degree that we align with our customer demand patterns.
Are we on time of use plans? Maybe we could plan on how we pump.
I believe
We are, and yeah, the majority is off peak.
Peak,
Yeah,
yeah,
I look at it every month.
yeah.
But yeah, the majority goes super off and off peak, but
Mhm.
Stay away from 4 to 9.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. The old
Yeah.
duck curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the system operators, they generally like to pump at nighttime to fill the tanks, and then the bulk of the use comes down in the daytime. There are different occasions, like if we have Santa Ana winds where we're gonna put more water in the tanks just to prepare for wildfires, and that is where we'll be pumping regardless. But they do their best to do those off-peak hours, so
Yeah.
yeah. And when you watch the trends, like Jake watches the bills, I look at SCADA and I'm watching to see how much water do we have in the tank, so there's a daily conversation that goes on where we don't keep the tanks full 24/7. So now that we're out of the rainy season, things are warming up, we're starting to put more water in the
Right.
tanks, right? But there's a lot that goes in there with water quality, so we want to keep that water fresh. So you're not pumping just haphazardly and then forget about it for a week and then come back and look at it. They're doing their due diligence for sure.
As we have conversations about the rate increases, it seems like this is an area where we should be speaking to it because it's almost like 1% of the rate increase
Mhm.
right
Yeah.
there.
Right there, yeah.
What we pay to San Diego Gas and Electric,
Yeah,
when you look at
huge.
the huge amount of money is going out monthly to them.
I mean, I'd be interested, you know, in looking for money to fund something that would help us reduce our usage or some
Offset the
creative,
cost.
something, because that's not sustainable. We get hit with that again next year and the year
Yeah.
afterwards.
Another,
Well, on your note, Director Dale, so at the metric I shared earlier, if we were just simply passing through this as a rate increase in and of itself, that's a 4.2%
Mhm.
rate increase by itself, just the energy.
yeah.
And so this is where you get into the detachment savings helps eat some of these
These,
costs to lower down to the 4.5 or 6.5 and the
and the ratepayers feeling that as well on their SDG&E bills too.
Yep.
Well, maybe
We all
that's,
are.
maybe that's a really good talking point is
Point,
that
yeah,
SDG&E is also a pass-through in addition to the wholesaler.
yeah.
And that's part of the messaging
Hmm.
that
Mhm.
it's not a cost we
Maybe we
control.
ought to
We're
show
just
that
having
as
to
a
pay the bill.
pass-through.
Well, there are
Cool.
costs that we have, that energy, but also, you're talking about the costs of employees with their benefits, with PERS. They are skyrocketing. And it's hard. Workman's comp. So, yeah. Well, both of these,
So just wrapping up. So I shared the 5-year projection with you last month. That was before the budget was finalized. This is all just to say, when you take this official budget, everything that we've talked about, you update the financial plan, it puts us where we thought we would be. So there were no changes that came from finalizing the budget and everything that we talked here. And so really what we have, our next steps, June, there's two big pieces to that. One is, and this is very necessary at this point, any direction from the board. If we're going to change things, now is a good time to talk about them. Or if there's questions on specific numbers you need back, we would bring that back to the Budget and Finance Committee next month to then roll into the board meeting. And then I presented a reserve policy structure to you last month, but need to present an actual language to the policy for review. And so that would go to the committee for adoption if that's acceptable, along with the rates. So here's where any last questions or direction or what have you.
Well, I personally thank Carlene and you, Rick, for your presentations. I know the rate concept, I appreciate Pete's information and Flint. I think some of this is we need to take some time to reflect. We have lost one of our board members, so I think that's my take. I actually would like to just talk to some of the ratepayers and get their feelings.
I mean, I can tell you where I'm at. I appreciate that. Appreciate the presentation. So thank you very much. Not only this one, but the ones in the prior workshops. I like accelerating that rate increase in July, but here's the but. I think there's some choices that we need to make, and they're hard choices. There's certainly obligations that we can't get out of. One of them is debt. The detachment payments, those are new obligations and we just can't reduce those. But I think there are other areas where maybe it's a little bit more discretionary. And during this time when we have these large detachment payments, we're not going to be able to do everything that we want to do. And I think one of those areas is the CalPERS contribution, the additional amount. And I know I'm looking at asking you to find a rate increase that's very close to CPI. And if it means looking at the capital plan and cutting or deferring some of those things that are not safety or detachment and master plan related, I think it's possible to get there. I think it's about, I don't know, you said 430,000 is 1%. If you cut 1.2 million, I think you're close to CPI. And half of that's CalPERS. I think you're close.
Well, the CalPERS was 430, right? That was the actual increase, because we're gonna have to pay eight plus, because those things, that's the thing, once you get in those deficits, they basically, they're financing them for you, right? And it lets you, but it's like negative amortization is what happens.
Yeah.
So I think that the delta was 430. That was the plan for year one. That is potentially something we can defer. We could, again, I think it does cost you. We'll have to pay for it later, but
It
but
does.
understand.
But to Carrie's point, in a time where we've got so many things we're obligated for and we're really tight, it might behoove us to push some of those things, even if it's only out a year.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I think too, once you do all of your detachment payments on year 5, you've got 3 to 4 million that's not allocated to something that could go to big lump sums to pay that off. If you wanted to do that,
It certainly
just got to
does.
bite the bullet now.
It certainly does. It frees up debt capacity. I mean, there's a lot of things that would benefit from that. Chad's gonna go through the first year CIP. Couple challenges there. Number one, almost all of the major dollars are those items that you had mentioned. The other part is, we gained the nice interest rate on the debt financing by financing these projects. Again, the master plan isn't included because that's a planning project. But I think pretty much everything else was. So we can go through the list and just kind of see, what's potentially discretionary. I mean, the largest one obviously is it's the district headquarters. It's us actually, maintaining the buildings. That'd be painful. Not to have funding in there. I mean, hey, I'll put it all on the table, but and it was financed. That was part of the financing. But we can go through the list and see, hey, what can we do?
Yeah, I'm not going to dictate what's important or not. I mean, that's coming from Chad, but
Yeah, I mean, in reality, I mean, the things that we put on here were nearly all just things we had to have. I mean, we kind of already made that first cut, but we can take a look again.
yeah, the $4 million, or 3 million, whatever the detachment payment
Yeah.
is, just looms heavy
Yes.
on,
Yeah.
you know, being able to afford everything else. I mean, there's a lot of adds to the budget that we have to pay for, the SDG&E, the other increases, the staffing changes. There's a lot,
Yeah.
but we just can't do it all. That's
Right.
just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Something I would like to see for the next meeting is one of Rick's schedules that shows the dollar amount of cost increases, rate increases in all the various categories, all added up.
Mhm.
We may find that half of our increases are the rate increases that we've been given. But it would be useful to calculate what those numbers really are. That would be a good answer telling to people like my people, why is the rate so high?
We're 4.2,
Mhm.
but that's
Yeah,
3.
2.5 of it is
stuff
rate
that we've been
increases
given.
we got.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good point, Pete. There's a great deal of information. And there are going to need to be decisions. But I think at this, like, there's a lot to decide. Like, we could cut some here and there and not either or, but start looking at all of it and try to say, okay, if we take a little bit off of what we want to do for PERS, CalSTRS or PERS, and maybe not do that much, but this, and so start wiggling around for staffing. Okay, maybe we can't do everything that Carleen presented, but what are the top positions that are desperate that we definitely need?
So Jake can chime in on this, but from a staff level, what's really helpful is the sort of direction, and Director Dale just brought this up. If we could get our rate increase maybe upfront, so that'd be option 2, but down to like 4%, because that's CPI. And if we can get that in that range, then that's enough for us to get back to get our heads together and go, okay, so what do we think is the best way to accomplish that, and then bring that back next month. But we need to have a sense of what's acceptable to work around to bring back to you. Otherwise it gets difficult, because we can talk about
Right.
these individual things.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
here's my initial
finish.
thought as one of the directors. I believe we increase the rate and not do multiple increases.
Right.
Increase the rate. And that way individuals know what they're having. It's not like, okay, we're going to do this and then we're going to do this. I think Pete and I agree. Just do it. You know, we're going to hear complaints, but then we have our plan. We can say, these are the reasons. Some of this is not, we have to pay these, but then, you know, I just remember some other meetings where a rate increase did not occur and now we're paying for it.
Yep.
And I think we need to bite the bullet and just say, and one thing in Aqua that I heard consistently was many are saying we have decreasing sales, we need to raise the rate. The general manager of San Diego County Water Authority in his presentation said, if you want water, you need to pay, increase your rates. Yeah, some of us are in there.
Mhm.
And so I would say just increase what you think is fair
But
for the
take your
ratepayers.
6.5 and carve out the excesses like paying CalPERS upfront
Yeah.
discretionary. They take it,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's,
push it down.
I don't know what CPI is going to be. Cutting to like getting down to 4, I think might be,
Be hard, but if you
That's
can
gonna be
get to
difficult.
5.5.
I mean, we're going to be cutting, some core business
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
Well, and Are we gonna talk about the capital budget? Or is that?
We are.
next, Or are we done?
No, no,
No.
see Chad, he's ready to roll.
He's standing there waiting for us to wrap up here.
Yeah, because some of us do.
I'm seeing
can
some
wait
stuff
and
in the
wait and
capital budget that can give us some wiggle room too.
Okay.
Let's hear, let's hear. Go ahead, Chad.
Okay, so everyone has the hard copy. We're working with our team right now and that's gonna scan it so we can, yes, this is year one. We're gonna get it so we can pull it up on the screen as well. But to go through this, I added a column here which was not shown previously of just, we called it notes. And so it's to show if it's detachment, safety, or an emergency. Get back on this. So as Jake mentioned, some of the ones that aren't, so if it's okay with the board and the committee members to just go through these as they appear on your hard copy list. We have allocated 600,000 to district headquarters. And that is, and Rick, please, if I misspeak in any way, you just interrupt me. This has all been put into the funding process so far with the rate increase. So anything we take out is on it, but this has already been incorporated in. The 600,000 is to, what are we going to do? Are we going to start investing in this building? Are we going to start looking at other options? But we need to do something. Jake, do you want to expand on that one at all?
No, I mean, the lion's share of that was basically planned repairs for this building. 5/6 of it or whatever. I think we had 100,000 in for continuing the
Sure.
kind of the plan. Yeah, we were gonna update kind of the cost estimates on on-site versus off-site and things like that. But yeah, that was the breakdown of those two, and again, included in the debt, actually not, well, I guess it all it's all relative, but included in that the 10 million debt.
Shall I keep going or do you want to have questions and comments on it? Keep going. Okay. Pressure reducing stations. These are already in our lower yard. These were purchased in 2019 about. So we own these and this is the staff time to install these. These don't prevent main breaks from happening, but this reduces what the damage is caused by a main break. If we can lower that system pressure, we might not, we've actually taken out roads and a home before. This would reduce that. So this is important, but they're sitting there. They're not costing any money if we don't put them in, but it does help on main breaks if they are, and then we can lower that pressure.
Chad?
Yes.
Why is there an additional cost for staff time? If it's already reflected in the operating budget, there shouldn't be an additional expense, or it's done in-house, or is it contractor?
This is in-house, but capitalized work.
Right. So this was that point on the labor budget I was sharing, is we assume a certain amount of our staffing expenses are reflected in the capital budget. So we deduct it from the operating budget. So it doesn't show up in both. And so this would be a great example of one of those projects that it's over on this side of the budget. And so, yeah, so we do charge costs there
And there will be some material costs. I mean, you're going to be,
It's not all labor.
you're going to be digging and putting asphalt. I mean, yeah, not all labor, but it's a combo. Yeah.
So if we didn't do this, I'd have to add essentially 150,000 back to the operating budget to get to that point.
Like I said.
Does that answer the questions?
Yep.
Okay. The isolation valve installation program. Do we have all of these in stock? Is this mostly? Okay. So again, these were purchased in previous fiscal years. These have extraordinarily long lead times. We have valves all throughout the district that are broken in both the open and closed positions. So anytime there's a main break in a system, or we need to do scheduled maintenance for non-emergency main break, if that valve is broken, we have to then expand the number of customers that are impacted by that. So it could be 20 customers if the valves were working, and now we're at 50 customers. It could just keep going. As we operate these during an emergency condition, oftentimes they break, and now we're doing more emergency repairs. So these are identified throughout the district wide to go out and replace this. And again, this is done with force account district labor to do that.
So these expenses are not included in the staffing component, again, like the others, right?
Correct. We want to make this a capital project and capitalize that
Yeah,
staff time. Okay, moving on, you have Camino del Rey Waterline. We put in the parentheses legal support. So if the board will recall, for a couple years now. The county has been kind of just waiting on this project. The district has believed to date that we have the prior rights in Camino del Rey and that anything to relocate the district's water and sewer lines would fall on the county. As of recently, it's less than 6 months ago, the county has found a document dated back, Rick or Jake, it was
1898.
I thank you, 1898, which they now think supersedes our rights. So it has been vetted. We currently, as we speak right now, there is a land surveyor working for us, which is taking all the county documents that they want to do the improvements, overlaying our easements and surveying everything. So what is affected and where does this 1898 document affect? So we have upped it from $25,000 for legal support to $100,000 because we are spending time out there with land surveyors and we are going to have more meetings with legal and county staff on this.
Do we have any approximate timeline on when they're going to start that program?
They
project?
they told us they would go out to bid later this summer, 2024, but nothing has been actually determined on the county's part on that.
So we may be forced in sometime in 2025 with a CIP to.
Correct.
And
This project, our engineer's estimate from 5 years ago, I believe, was in the 3 million-ish range for the project. Currently not shown in our CIP. And perhaps we could work with the county to, if, you know, don't do it in 2025, give us another year or two. But this, I remember being on Labor Day weekend. It was the only time Alfred was available. And we had a conference on us, and I think that was in 2019. So this has been ongoing on the county's part for a long time.
Yeah.
But that's why the increase there.
Well, it floods constantly every time we get a heavy rain.
Correct. Okay, so then moving on down, the first one that has the detachment. So this is the pump station project that is actively under construction. You look in our lower yard, we just had the generator for the Rancho Amigos delivered today during this meeting. So this project is ongoing. This is contingent on us detaching and starting those actual realized savings. The next project is the manual transfer switches. This one has been deferred since I've been here. This was a project that was started before my time and has been deferred. I think, Ahmed, did we do 2 of your overall list? We got 2 out of the 5, and then it was deferred again. And this is each time our electricians go out and operate on this, this is extraordinarily dangerous work that they do. And this project, I won't want to say eliminates 100%, but it almost eliminates all of that danger. This becomes now plug and play. It is much more safe. And it's been deferred for 5 years, and we're putting it back in, and the finance department found a way to plug that in. So we would like to keep that. The next 2 are the Water Authority connection acquisitions and then the interim decommissioning. And so we have, Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, these are our best educated guesses on these dollar amounts, correct?
Correct.
We don't have actual dollar amounts, but we feel we are absolutely in the ballpark on those $2 amounts. And these are things that as we detach and this formalizes, this has to happen. The next one.
Do they have to happen in conjunction with detachment, or can they be scheduled downstream?
The acquisition has to happen. The interim decommissioning, that's actually on the Water Authority. It's kind of on their timeline.
Okay.
Those are the connections we're not going to use anymore. But we committed to this interim step where they would, you know, basically they're going to lock them, tag them out. So yeah, that would be on their timing, but we assume, I mean, according to I think it was the operations plan, it said that they would do it within 30 days of detachment. So if they actually do, that's
early 2025. That's
January.
Yeah.
So that's why we put it in this year's.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The master plan, as the board and committee will recall, the last update to the district's master plan was in 2016. Everything in the district has changed since then. I know that this has been a large topic of discussion. Staff feels that this is a very helpful document for us to have when we are dealing with developers, Ocean Breeze Ranch, Bonzel Oaks, Campus Park West, all the other ones that come to us that aren't named. We lowered it. We went back out. This RFP has not been released yet. We're not releasing. There's 3 RFPs that are pending right now, and this is pending the board's approval of the actual budget. The first one would be this master plan RFP. The second one is the grant specialist RFP to outsource that, as Carleen mentioned. And the third one is the CFD and SKIP third-party audit services. That's currently being done by Harrison Associates. So, and I'll be phasing out those RFPs so that I'm not inundated with the Q&A at the exact same time, but that's all happening throughout the July if the board approves it. So that's for the master plan. Again, this was 500,000 and 500,000. It's now 350 in year one, 500 in year two.
Chad, is it something the grant money could help do?
I mean, I don't want to say it can't, but
I've never seen it. It's it's a planning document. I've not
They normally
seen a
do
grant.
grants and planning things.
Right.
yeah.
Anybody does.
And some agencies update theirs every 5 years, like clockwork. Others go longer.
Yeah.
Some do it shorter. It's agency specific. It's a great question, though.
So it was originally 1 million. It's down now to 350 for this year, which was as opposed to 500 originally. Does that mean that the total expected cost of this is 700?
850.
850? And so that means that there would be 500 spent in the following year,
Correct.
right?
Right.
Okay. And given where we are with the RFP and the consultant selection process, is it likely that we will spend $350,000 on consultants in this calendar year?
Well, it'd be in the
This
fiscal year.
Fiscal year?
If we
Fiscal
release it
year.
on July 1st, I have my notes. Let me pull up my notes because I actually have the timeline. Really good question.
Obviously, where I'm going is are we really going to spend that much?
Mhm.
So therefore, do we need to reload the budget? Because I have something else that would,
Yep.
you add the nickels and the dimes, you might get a quarter. That's
Mhm.
all.
Okay, so on this RFP, we would, if the board approves the budget, we would release the RFP on the street on July 1st. We talked to consultants about how much time they would need. They would like about 5 weeks to propose on it. That brings us to awarding at the September board meeting with a notice to proceed on 9/24. And so from that time to June 30th, 2025, I think there's a high likely chance that you're going to spend very close to that $350,000.
It's been 9 months, 8 months.
Correct. Possibly a little less, possibly.
We could budget less and go over.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a great question.
that's a $40,000 a month burn rate. Is that what you're looking at?
It is because this is between an 18-month to 24-month overall project to get our finalized report. And we want to be hitting that ground running so that we can collect as much data as possible. Because this also includes updating our hydraulic model. So we need to analyze flow rates, all of that stuff. So it would be fast.
Right.
Okay. All right, next two projects are interconnects with our sister agency FPUD. These are two different interconnects. You can see they're close in cost, $210,000 and $235,000. And again, this is just increasing our local supply of water. You're not solely focused on Eastern. You now have some emergency interconnects with FPUD. We have interconnects throughout the district with other agencies. These are two new ones. It helps move the water throughout the system.
So they're WIBNIFs.
WIBNIFs.
Wouldn't it be nice if?
These are,
That's what I thought.
are they nice to have or are they must have?
I asked
I'll
the
let-
question the last time these came up. I asked the question, are these absolutely
Absolutely.
necessary? And I got a very equivocal answer
Mhm.
that it would be nice.
So,
WIBNIF.
how much time do I have? Okay. Once we detach, the bulk of our water is going to come from connection number 8. If there is a failure along the pipeline, let's say going down GERD, the 16-inch that goes down GERD. At that point, all we have is the water that's at Palamesa and Morro
Morro.
Reservoir. What these do is they give us an alternative to that connection 8. So they allow us to keep pushing water into the system post attachment.
Do you need both of them?
One of them would push water into the Morro tank and the other one would push water into the Morro reservoirs. There's actually 6 of them that we identified, 6 different locations. These are the ones that there's 4 that we would like to have. These are the 2 we have to have.
Yeah, from an engineering standpoint, while it seems like this is operations nice to have, it creates operational flexibility. We really are planning. We will not have the 3 southerly connections from the water authority. And so if in any event of any emergency situation, we have to be able to move that water south. And so I firmly do not believe these are nice to have projects.
Likelihood,
That's where you get into,
20%, 50%?
The likelihood of having a main break on coming out of there, high likelihood. We just had one January.
And what did we do?
We dig it up, and fix it, but you're out. You know, we shut that line down. It's gonna be out
And,
for
and right now we still have the 3.
exactly, you're pulling water. It's not critical. This is one of those where if we find ourselves in the situation where we don't have these and we're in that situation, there is no solution. You work around the clock to fix it, and a lot of people are out of water.
But we have a lot of situations where if a line goes bad, we have to work around the clock and people are out of water, right?
correct.
Yeah.
The,
So
the
this is-
difference is the number of people that are out of water.
But we
Yeah,
have the
this-
southern connections right
this-
now, so water can move very differently than what it's gonna happen right now. So the water essentially will come from Retchie, down GERD, in the Morro Reservoir, across the San Luis River to the 3 pump stations. With the southern connections, we're filling the 3 tanks from those connections. We're filling the tanks. And then we're augmenting with more water. So we're hitting basically the Gopher Canyon corridor from 2 different directions right now.
Mind you, I'm not opposed to doing these things. It's a question of are they absolutely necessary to do them right now?
Now, yeah,
When we are scrambling. for cash?
delay them 6 months, you know.
So if we delay them 6 months, you're gonna ask me the same question about the Gopher Skid pump station?
Yeah, I am going
And
to
I'll
ask you
tell
the
you,
same question.
that one is absolutely has to get done.
Why didn't we put in a permanent
We-
pump station at Gopher?
We tried. It was,
And we didn't approve.
we did, our board did, it never went to the city of Oceanside City Council. So our board did.
Talking about the Weiss.
The we,
Well, Weiss was,
Oh, so
Gopher came
we-
because Weiss never, this is an alternative that, should we give Steve Coffey full credit for this one?
yeah.
Weiss was not going to happen. We need something. Here's the alternative that can happen.
So the alternative is we put a pump skid up at Turner Tank. We actually have pumps on a trailer. We put them up at Turner Tank and figured out a way to pump water basically from the top of Wild Acres and pump it all the way over to the Gopher Tank up on Silverleaf. But it's a temporary skid. We have temporary power going to it.
Let's go back to Weiss. Why, it never went to the city of Oceanside for approval. Why don't we go beat on those doors?
At that time,
I don't think it's a city of Oceanside issue. You're taking county water authority water.
and there, yep,
Yeah.
and VID was,
Yeah.
VID was also involved. VID's board needed to approve a motion as well. So
And we don't think they'll allow us to wheel water through Weiss.
I'll defer to Jake on that.
Well, they wouldn't talk about it before. And it had to be taken out of the settlement agreement. And I think at
Right.
this point, I mean, some of those things historically were done at a staff level, but now you're gonna have to wheel it. It's gonna be more complicated. You're gonna go
Back up. to
because
the
it's
board.
because it's not 2 county water authority agencies. It's gonna be going county water authority through Oceanside to Eastern to us, basically.
Again, for
It's
full clarification though, if we do the Weiss, it's a more expensive project than the Gopher Pump Skid Station.
Okay.
So I would need more I would love Weiss, but I need more money to do Weiss.
Okay.
Where,
good point.
where I was going with this is that if we could push the two FPUD connections.
Mm-hmm.
If we could squeeze a little bit on district headquarters, maybe get 100,000 out of that, 150. And if we could drag our feet a little bit on giving a notice to proceed to the $40,000 a month consultants for the master plan.
Yep.
You take all of that, you
That's
add
one
it
and a
to
half
her
points.
600 and something
Yeah.
thousand on the CalPERS.
430,
Four.
430.
Or
You're 400.
that's
so-
2.5.
And then the Gopher Skid,
That's 2.5 points.
there you go. I mean, I'm just thinking,
We can't do without the Gopher Skid. That is a detachment related project that has to occur.
even without, we're getting close.
We're getting, yeah.
We're getting close.
Can you guys look at the operating budget and see if there's just little bits?
We're gonna do that.
Save
Absolutely.
to-
Absolutely. We're gonna do
I
that.
mean, I'm
We're gonna go
still-
back through again. We went through once, but yes. We'll definitely do that. Well, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
I think that's where, yeah.
Trying.
You got one more.
Well, yeah, La Cañada, we didn't talk about that one. That one has been suffering from, I don't know I think it was more than 7 main breaks in less than 12 months. That line is gone.
Gone.
It's past its useful life. It is not detachment. It is not an emergency. We could just keep fixing it, just Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid.
Yeah.
You know, the customers that live on that road, oh, there's Rainbow Water fixing the same pipe again. So this eliminates that perception. And that's relatively low cost. The operations department has asked to do that with in-house services. So that's a very low cost. And then the last one is, which is part of the capital improvement, but it's not a project, is the vehicle and the equipment acquisition. And I think that's $150,000 for that one.
So I can talk about that with our vehicles. Last year we bought one vehicle. We have about 40 in our inventory. These two particular vehicles, one of them is a V8. The number 7 cylinders on a misfire, so it's basically running on 7 cylinders right now. It has, or if we were approved to replace it, it'll have a little bit over 200,000 miles on it, and it's a 2013. So it doesn't even have an hours meter. We do a pretty in-depth analysis by vehicles to figure out when we're going to replace them. We do have a 10-year vehicle replacement plan. We can go down the road of replacing engines, which is what we did during COVID. Once we replace that engine, that vehicle right now to sell to auction, we think we would get about 3,000. Once we put that $8,000 engine in it, we're done. We've lost all money on that vehicle. And that's our locator's vehicle. So that's a sole
you-
driver. It's taken care of pretty well, but
How long would it last with a new engine?
Until the transmission goes
the
out.
transmission goes out and we replace that, which is what we've already
Well,
done
if
on
you're
another
replacing
vehicle.
the engine and the transmission, that's 10,000
Yeah.
versus
Right.
150,000.
And we've already done that on other vehicles.
I know.
What, it's just two, is it just two
It's
vehicles?
just two. The other one, between the hour meter and the mileage has a little over 400,000 miles. And it's going down the same road. It's already starting to bleed, oil by, so that one's in bad shape too. It's the thing about replacing vehicles, if we don't do it now, we're gonna do it later. And eventually that cost will catch up to us. So we can defer and defer. The other thing that we're up against that Rick and Jake and I are working on right now is the electrification, which is the state mandate that's unfunded that we
For electric.
are looking to start almost as soon as next year.
Yeah.
And there's requirements of how many vehicles you purchase. So if we defer, let's say we purchase 6 vehicles next year, 3 of those would have to be electrified.
We are looking for grants on that one.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
we-
say, so
Well,
Helix or one of the South County agencies got 100% grant funding for their fleet, for their charging stations.
Mhm.
I don't know if it was Helix or another one, but I saw a presentation in December where they had a lot of grant monies coming in.
That's possible if we get on this soon for the charging station, not the vehicles.
Vehicles, yeah, and the
Yeah.
vehicles are a lot more expensive.
And we don't have extra vehicles. So that was one of the things when I started here, we had like 10 extra vehicles that just sat in the yard that nobody used. We were still maintaining them. It didn't make any sense. So essentially we don't have extra vehicles at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, okay.
it seems like, I mean, there's a lot of hard choices. I mean, you're making arguments for projects, vehicles, all sorts of things in the budget, but I think we need to send it over to you guys to look at it over the next month.
Yep.
Come back.
Short
Okay.
pencil.
It's a lot of
I
hard
think,
choices.
I think
Yeah.
we need to look at our district headquarters, money there, because that can get changed.
Yeah, but 500,000 in maintenance cost on an annual basis, if, this building is literally falling down around our heads. We've got a building over there that is essentially non-usable. I guess we could move everybody into portable buildings over in the flood zone there.
That's weird.
But
Yeah, I don't wanna do that either, but if things have to get through this detachment
yeah,
stuff, we have to push something off.
I mean, I think we've got,
kick that one down the can. already.
yeah, I mean, I think we've got some things to work with. I think we've got general consensus that probably better to do it. Let's go ahead and July 1, do what we need to do, but let's get everything we can out of it. Even if it's a little bit detrimental to our business, we'll have to just get by for a year on some of this stuff. Yeah. Or gonna cost us a little bit more later, right? Like CalPERS, that's gonna cost us a little bit more later. But pushing it off a little bit, well, it costs us, but it doesn't cost us now. So we can at least come back with some of those options and what that kind of looks like, and see how far down we can get it and make some tough decisions. And I think probably the best thing to do would be we've got a regular board meeting in a couple of weeks. And I think bringing it back there. So I don't want to do it. I'd rather not wait to
Do it
June
in
where
June, where we have
we have to make a decision, right? Yeah,
Let's
so
just talk about, yeah.
so bring it back in a
at our
couple
board
weeks.
meeting,
and
Because all of these have get cut.
So the consensus in the direction we're providing you is we want to take the rate increase all up front and carve out as much as we can to bring it down from 6.5.
Got it. We'll work on it.
Yep.
And also, I think starting to develop some messaging, especially about
Yeah.
SDG&E being part of those pass-throughs, because
Yeah.
that's a great point.
that's
It's a great,
huge amount.
Yeah.
A huge amount of money every month.
And as part of this plan, that means that we're looking at only the 3.6 in January. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes,
right. That's that's the
Let's be sure.
the pass through.
we're
It's
taking
not-
our rate increase in June.
Yep.
and
We're gonna
anything
skinny it
in
as best
January.
we can.
Well, what we're proposing, I mean, you're talking about 18 months, right?
Yep.
Because really, other than the pass through, you're talking about not till next January. You're talking about 18 months. So again, not to, I know rate increases are tough, but we're talking about the numbers aren't shocking for an 18-month period, I would say. So, but we're gonna do everything we can. We got a lot to do.
Where are you getting 18 months from?
Well, because the plan is, we're gonna, obviously implement our rate increase July 1, right? The needs while we're still in the water authority and kind of the unique challenges we've got July 1, 2024. Met's got a rate increase. So that's just a pass through, a wholesale that 3.6% that on January 1, 2025. We weren't planning on doing any other increases, no revised rates until the following January 2026.
Then we're in sync with Met in any increases that they would potentially.
So you're talking about this is kind of it for 18 months, the decisions we're making now. Yeah. Which is a pretty long time period. Very good. That was short.
Thank you guys very, very much for all the.
Yeah,
hard work
thank
you're
you.
doing,
Yes.
All the headaches you're giving us.
We share the headaches.
Okay.
These things are never easy.
No, they're not.
Doesn't matter what business you're in.
You gonna hit that gavel for us? Oh, we have another item.
Yeah.
another item.
Excuse me.
Oh my
Discussion and possible action to renew contract for Nobel Systems.
Okay, so this is for renewal of Nobel Systems contract for our geographical information systems software. So we just to give you a little bit of a background on what we're doing here. So we've had their services since 2016. We had a contract with them, and then we renewed it again in 2019, and that contract is coming to expire June 30th, 2024. So what does this contract include? It includes professional services for our GIS, which includes things like updating our GIS. We need to update our GIS for two reasons. One is, let's say there's a new development that's being built, or a new lift station, new pump station. We send that information to them and they'll update that into our GIS. They also fix any issues with our GIS. For instance, if we move a hydrant or install a new meter or something like that, they'll do these updates for us. This relieves us of the cost of having an on-site GIS person, which was talking to Carlene. Basically, this would be anywhere between 160 to 190,000 at a fully burdened rate. And also the hardware and the software associated with having that person on site would be in the ballpark of $10,000. Now that would just be to update our GIS. That doesn't include this whole software package. With that, we get hosting of their application and the data in the cloud. We get two applications. One is their website, which is used by our office personnel. If somebody needs to look up a parcel, or they need to get information about a customer or something like that, they can look at that, as well as our mobile application for our field users. Now these two applications provide us with a multitude of things that we can do. It integrates with our enterprise asset management for our work orders. So for instance, if one of the supervisors create a work order here, they create it into our enterprise asset management. It goes out in the field. They're able to see it on the GIS application and fill in the information, goes back and updates our enterprise asset management. It also does things for us like valve isolation. When we're about to repair a pipe, to figure out all the homes and parcels that are going to be affected with that, our users will select the pipe, they will say run analysis, and it will basically tell us where all the homes that will be affected by that shutdown will be. That way we can take that information and send it to our calling system to call all of our customers and so on. Other things are DigAlert, where we receive tickets from USA DigAlert about where excavation is going to be by AT&T and other companies, and it's our responsibility, depending on the ticket's priority, to go out in the field and mark where our pipelines are. This is a very critical tool, because if we were to fail to do that, there's hefty fines, or we would be responsible for our own main lines. There's also tools as valve exercising, which we have two operators here that go out throughout all of our valves, and they exercise the valves to make sure that they operate at optimal performance and that they're not broken or open in place or closed in place, so that when we do have a shutdown, we impact as little customers as possible. Backflow inspection. So the backflows that we do for our customers, this also includes that, where they'll go out and fill this form. Fats, oils, and grease management is a new tool that we just implemented. Cost us $0 because of this contract. So we were able to introduce that for our sewer department. The integration of smart covers, the integration of vehicle locations, the ability of our field staff to take photos out in the field and attach them to these work orders, and of course the ability for us to generate reports. Nobel Systems wanted to do a 10% increase. They said we haven't done an increase for you guys in the last 8 years. We were actually able to find one tool that we were not using and they were charging us separately for. We've removed that, and they came to 101 750 per year. I was able to get them to reduce 1,750, so they gave us a little bit of a discount. It's negligible, I know. But we were able to bring the contract down to 100,000, so we're actually do not have an impact to our budget, and we took out something that we were not using the last 2 years. So the contract would be for 100,000 every year, which is the same amount that we have budgeted for the last years or so. This will, and what we're getting for that is fully hosting for our services, web-based and mobile GIS application, the info integration, the inspection modules, unlimited forms and reports generation, and unlimited updates to the district's GIS data.
So essentially, if I understood you correctly, we're getting we're considering a 5-year increase, a 5-year contract with no increases over our existing contract.
No, yes, and we're locked in for the next 5 years.
5 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll have a total of about 13 years of no price increase to their software. So
Good job on negotiating that.
That, yeah, I'd already say, look, they wanted a 10% rate increase and we've negotiated
Yeah.
back a 5-year contract at the current rate. I mean,
There you go. And it sounds like this is used every day.
this
Oh,
is
it's
used
heavily
every day by
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
every single employee here at the
Yeah.
district.
and
So I
some,
moved-
and some of the board of directors.
And
Yeah.
yeah, of course.
So I move that we agree for the contract to be.
So you're moving for option 1
Yeah, option 1.
and I'll second that. So we have, is there any discussion?
Thank you for your negotiation.
Yes. So Director Johnson moved for option 1, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Information items, receive and file. The financial report was attached. Thank you very much, Rick. And if there's no other items, we're adjourned. Unfortunately, I probably can't get to Fallbrook to rescue my car.
Close to 5.